are really starting to see the severe thunderstorms really take shape. The rotation, though, that we're most concerned about is with this tornado warning that Ed was pinpointing as well. When you see these purple returns with some grays on them, that is indicating where we have such great intensity with some of these storms. Earlier, we were talking to Chris and Pawpaw, taking cover there for good measure because we do have the weather from Sublette that is moving in. Again, these are moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So let's take a look at the velocity and just see where we have that rotation. So here's the I-39 corridor, and this is just west of you in Pawpaw. So I can't stress enough that if you live in Pawpaw, you definitely should move away from the windows to the lowest points of the room, because as we get closer to that I-39 corridor, that's where we are seeing all of that rotation here. So this couplet right near Compton, that's a place, and here's the I-39 corridor, where you have the reds next to the green. You start to see that rotation. That is a spot that gives us most concern, because storms themselves will quickly rotate when we have such a volatile atmosphere like we have today. So from Brooklyn to Pawpaw, jumping over I-39, that's where we are seeing this rotation now, and very intense rain and lightning too. So around Brooklyn and West Brooklyn too, all of these storms are moving northeast and east at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So they did slow down just a bit in forward speed, but I want to zoom out just a little more to show you this complex of thunderstorm activity that's moving from Amboy into Willow Creek. So let's just track this before I hand it off to the anchors for our show, because right here along I-39, everything is moving to the northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So that would put Pawpaw in the path shortly again at 626, and then Shabana at 641. So I know, Erica and Jim, that damage reports are going to be coming in, and I hear word that you have some already.
Thanks, Mary Kay. We do.
Yeah, Mary Kay, you were mentioning the potential for 2 to 3 inches in the size of the hail. We have some new video just in from Lee County. Let's take a look. This is hail falling right there a short time ago. Now you can certainly hear it. Right now, this is gumball-sized hail falling in Lee County a short time ago. That's about 107 miles west of Chicago. And those sounds you hear, of course, is it hitting cars, falling to the ground. They also had quite a bit of lightning in this storm, Mary Kay, that you've been talking about the potential for that. So far, no word on damage, but keep in mind, it is an area that has mostly farm fields. And you were mentioning, Mary Kay, as this heads northeast, that it's going into more populated areas, so there could be the potential for more damage ahead.
And there's a lot of concerns, Erica, because we hit 74 degrees today. The air behind this front is incredibly cold. So we are seeing those storms, as you said, move into our western suburbs, move closer to more populated areas. I do expect this weather to hold together just because it's tacked on to such a powerful, powerful cold front. I mean, it felt like June today was 74 degrees, and now tomorrow we're going to be in the 20s. So that's why you see these severe warnings lining up. We have severe thunderstorm warnings now for DeKalb County and also Kane County. And then we have the tornado warning, which does include this northwest corner of LaSalle. This is radar indicated rotation that we were looking at as storms move to the east and northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So when we look at this whole line of activity and watch it move in that direction, as Erica mentioned, to areas that are a little more populated, it's slower in forward speed, only at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. But just to give you an idea of some timing on this, to Hinckley at about 627. So this means that you could have that large damaging hail. And we're talking hail of at least ping pong ball size. And it could go up to 2 to 3 inches in diameter. Then you're talking almost the size of an egg or the size of a baseball, perhaps. Leland at 633. Then Plato at about 637. Campton Hills at 646. So if you're in the line or in this list from this severe weather, you do want to take cover in the lowest area of your home, away from as many windows as possible. Try to put as many walls. Think about that when you're taking cover. As many walls as possible between you and the outdoors. That will help to keep you safe. If you're in the basement, sometimes the best place to be is underneath the stair wall. If you have a closet or a bathroom under there, that is also an excellent place to be. Now, as this holds together to Elgin, 656, and then moving into St. Charles at 708 and Wayne at 714. And the concern with these cells is the rotation that could be taking shape with them. That's why this entire red box that does include the city of Chicago is a tornado watch that's in effect until 10 o'clock tonight, because we are seeing these storms just amplify. So right now we have these 2 tornado warnings. One is west of DeKalb, or west of LaSalle County. The other one is just west of DeKalb. This one is radar indicated and moving east-northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So our concern is into DeKalb County, obviously, and Aurora as well, because that's when you start to get that rotation, and you have to watch very carefully. You can clearly see this couplet. This is what we look at on the radar when we look at where the winds are going. Okay, so here's our radar site, and this area right here where it's just to the west of Paw Paw, that would make sense because storm spotters have been out in this area and they have noticed those rotating wall clouds, and also a funnel cloud was sighted too a little farther to the west. Now the issue is it's dark, so as you get into the nighttime hours, this can be incredibly dangerous, because not only do you have those heavy driving rains, that also can kind of block out any vision of a wall cloud or a tornado itself. So it is important to stay off the roads in the dark when you have warnings like this and such a strong system that is pushing to the east and moving into more heavily populated areas. But right now, the rotation throughout our entire area is just crossing I-39, starting to move into Paw Paw. So a little more to the east-northeast. On the track of this is Shabana, is Waterman, and those are areas that are going to be under the influence of this storm. So if you live in Paw Paw or Shabana or Waterman, you do want to take cover in the lowest room of your home, because that rotation is starting to move closer to you. So we look here and pull to the east-northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour, just to take it into some of these communities. And that puts it into Waterman at 6:59. So that's your new updated time on that rotating cell as it moves to the east. Storms themselves, though, have the potential of creating those 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. And you can see the very heavy rain around Willow Creek, into Shabana, into Waterman, as storms are moving into more heavily populated areas. Also, that large hail is going to be a big issue with these as they move into DeKalb. We are noticing now that DeKalb County is filling in with these thunderstorms. Kane County, you also have a severe thunderstorm warning, as this cluster of storm activity is going to be moving probably across I-88 shortly, because here in DeKalb County, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning, and this is some very heavy rain now that is moving right across I-88. Not the greatest timing, of course, for anybody with an afternoon drive home out to DeKalb. Sycamore, too, you're going to see that very heavy rain move in. Same with Maple Park. But now the problem is when the sun is down and daylight is gone, it can be very hard to see a rain-wrapped tornado. So anytime you start getting some spin on some of these storms, it can be hard to note that. So right now it looks like just heavy rain, also those high winds moving into DeKalb. Ed Curran is with me in the First Alert Weather Center. And Ed, it looks like right now it's DeKalb and Kane that are really taking the brunt of these severe thunderstorms, but this whole front is continuing to move eastward.
Mary Kay, I was about to jump in and tell you that we're watching very closely this rotation that we have near Waterman, which is in this location here, and the National Weather Service has just issued a tornado warning for that area. That's Waterman, which is just south of DeKalb, and that's moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. It's It's radar indicated rotation, tornado warning, and that's in DeKalb County. That's in the Waterman area. And this storm, these storms not only have high winds with them, possible tornadoes, they have rotation associated with them, but they also have hail that's falling. Hail has not been that large that we've seen so far, but hail in a storm like this will tend to increase in size as time goes on. And we've been expecting large hail throughout the area, hail up to 2+ inches, and that's the kind of hail that damages roofs, shatters car windows, or even house windows if hail's blown into it. So you have to take cover and be aware, not only for the tornado warning, where you should take cover someplace, a windowless room in your house, a basement, someplace as interior as you can be in the house and as low as you can be in the house, but also to be aware of the damage that can be caused by the hail in these areas. So we have a couple of tornado warnings we're looking at here. Tornado warning with a possible tornado indicated, and that's in the DeKalb area. And then another one that's located taking in part of LaSalle County. And then we had a confirmed tornado just outside our viewing area, just to the west of LaSalle County. And we're watching that very carefully, even though it seems like that tornado that was spotted on the ground out there to the west in Henry County may have now lifted, but still there's rotation in that storm, and we're watching that carefully. This is what I was talking about with the hail out here. We have hail in DeKalb, we have hail in Paw Paw. None of this is coming back, when I check the radar returns here, coming back as very large size hail. But as I said, these will tend to grow in size as time goes on and be able to have more hail associated with it. So in this case, it's not quite 1-inch hail. And again, this is radar indicated, so this is 1.1 inches. So once you get to like ping pong size hail and that type of thing, you have to have great concern. And there is the possibility that this hail can grow and that we can be looking at hail of 2+ inches that can be damaging hail. So a tornado warning for DeKalb County, a tornado warning just to the west of there, taking in part of LaSalle County, and then farther west as well out in Henry County, we've had that tornado that was actually a confirmed tornado, not radar indicated, and that was confirmed on the ground. So these are some mean storms that are moving through. Take cover not only if you're in the warned area for tornadoes, but take cover if you're in these severe thunderstorm areas as well. Again, the tornado warning here in DeKalb County is in the Waterman area, and that's just south of DeKalb. So watching that very carefully. Again, radar indicated rotation in that. And then as we move to the west here, you can see just outside DeKalb County, we have a radar indicated tornado, and then farther west as well. So hail, tornadoes, big cold front up there near Minneapolis. That comes in later tonight about 10 o'clock. All this happening ahead of the big front that comes through and sends our temperatures plummeting. We have the severe weather because of all the heat and humidity today, the sunshine we had, the incredibly warm temperatures of the last couple of days, and now the cold front coming in is this cold plow to go in there and lift this all and give us these huge storms. Mary Kay?
And they're all just kind of coming together now because that cold air intrusion is taking place. We do have a new tornado warning that just came out, and this also is for DeKalb County, and this is radar indicated as well. So there are actually two now lining up. So that's the problem. All of these cells are starting to rotate and line up ahead of the main cold front that Ed was talking about. That's going to take us from the feel of June today to January tomorrow, because we have that brutal cold air moving in behind the system. So even though we have a severe thunderstorm warnings out for Kane County, I think that could change if this rotation holds together. But right now, this tornado warning is in effect for DeKalb. So you do want to take cover in the lowest level of your home if you are under that warning. So here's a big picture just to show you what's taking place. We have 3 main tornado warnings now. Actually, there's 2 kind of piggybacked here. So it's southern the southern portion of DeKalb County, and this could expand eastward into Kane County as well. These aren't pop-up summertime thunderstorms that dissipate. These are driving along a powerful cold front that's moving in. So not only do we have the tornado warnings, we have the severe thunderstorm warnings for DeKalb and Kane County. The whole county of DeKalb, the northern parts anyway, have the severe thunderstorm warning. Now, it has the tornado possible tag on it, so keep that in mind, that even if you have these severe thunderstorm warnings, so Kane County too, you do want to take cover in the lowest level of your home, because that means that this rotation is certainly possible shortly as that storm continues pushing eastward. A lot of lightning coming in from Northern Illinois University. We've been watching those tower cams all afternoon with the towering cumulus clouds turning cumulonimbus, but now it's dark, so it can be hard to see any kind of rotation. But boy, the lightning is really taking shape out there. And that kind of gives us an idea of just the power of these storms. It's hard to believe it's February. We didn't break a record today, but we did hit 74 degrees, so it felt like June. And it's acting like June right now. However, once we have this driving cold front coming in, that's going to change the pattern for us and really bring a feel of winter by tomorrow morning. But in the meantime, if you're in DeKalb County or even northern LaSalle County or Kane County, you do want to take cover in the lowest level of your home until this front comes through. And this isn't like a summertime popcorn variety of thunderstorms that eventually dissipate. These will clear the area once the cold air rushes in, and we do expect that to happen as we go through later this evening, especially by about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. We're going to start to see that cold air intrusion taking away all of this lightning like you're seeing here. This live picture for us. I mean, it's just incredible to think that it is February with all of this weather moving in. Let's take a closer look now at where these storms are heading, because I think as we go through time, you really want to know in Kane County, but also now we got to watch DuPage County as storms are moving east-northeast. This cluster of activity from Waterman to DeKalb. This is all moving into Big Rock, eventually Aurora and St. Charles as well. And I think the storms are going to be holding together because, as I mentioned, they're all part of that cold front as it races eastward. And the front itself has a fast forward speed, but individual cells are moving east and northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So let's just take a look here now and see how the progress is coming as far as parts of Kane County where we should take cover. So in Maple Park at 6:33, very shortly, you're going to see this weather moving in for you. You probably already have all the lightning as well. Virgil at 6:41, then Hinckley 6:43, back to Plato and Campton Hills, as we mentioned earlier. Big Rock just after the 7 o'clock hour. And a lot of times when we show a storm track with a typical summer pop-up severe storm, it doesn't hold together for the whole timeline. I think this will, because it is a driving cold front and all of that warm air is still sitting in Bartlett. So even with this storm front coming closer to you, it's far enough away that you're last on the list. But I do think that this weather is going to hold together for you. So in these towns, you could expect the chance of a tornado, but certainly very heavy rain, a lot of lightning, hail between 2 to possibly 3 inches with the heaviest cells, and also those damaging winds. Winds may gust to 60 miles per hour. So these are the towns right now that are the most important to watch for with these storms moving in, because we haven't made it quite yet to DuPage, to Cook County, but shortly we're going to move that storm complex eastward. As I mentioned, it's all part of this front that is continuing to track to the east. So as we look at the rotation with it, we consider where the radar is coming from. Here is your observed tornado. This is clearly the spot that shows that couplet that we are most interested in, showing where we have clear rotation now. So this is just to the northeast of Waterman. This is just to the west-southwest of Pierce, and here's Hinckley, okay? And this is our area now that has shown that rotation, so you do want to take cover. That's where we have that severe thunderstorm warning turned tornado warning. And Shabana, that's another spot. So incredibly heavy amounts of rain as well with this, a lot of lightning as well, and storms themselves are going to continue moving into DuPage County and then eventually into Cook County, because it's all part of this system that is tracking eastward. And Jim and Erica, I think as we go through the next hour, we're going to have this rough weather in the far west suburbs move right closer to those metro areas, especially as you get closer to the city, because we have all this heat and all this steam sitting here, and then the cold air just driving in on the backside of it.
Yeah, thank you, Mary Kay. It is 6:33. We know you're used to seeing entertainment tonight right now, but we are covering this severe weather in the Chicago area.
Our team of meteorologists, Ed Curran, Mary Kay, they've been tracking this. We also have crews monitoring it in the field, but right now we really want to focus on these multiple tornadoes that we have been seeing, tornado warnings, some of them. Ed has been tracking from the First Alert Weather Center. So Ed, we go to you now.
Yeah, we're just taking a look here. A tornado warning exists here in the Waterman area. This is out in DeKalb County. It's just south of DeKalb. And we've had reports of this report of a tornado on the ground about 2 miles northeast of Waterman right now. Now, that is the area that Mary Kay was just talking about. So here's Waterman down here, and 2 miles north of there, we're talking about, here's Waterman, and we're talking about this area. And if we zoom in on that area, you can see that we do have a signature here of rotation. And so we're watching this very carefully because this has now been spotted by trained storm spotters to be a tornado in that area, 2 miles northeast of Waterman, and that was reported just a couple of minutes ago. So be aware of that. This is a very dangerous situation because we've actually seen a tornado, and it's in this area, Waterman. It's headed to the northeast, so that takes you out towards Hinckley and towards Pierce. This whole storm here is a very powerful storm, and again, a tornado has been seen associated with this storm. A tornado on the ground that's reported about 2 miles northeast of Waterman at this time. This Waterman area has been an area we've been watching very, very carefully. Certainly not the only area we're watching. We have several tornado warnings up, as you can see, in DeKalb County, west of DeKalb, taking in part of LaSalle County. And then outside our viewing area, there's another one out there in Lee County. But the one we're very concerned about is this one near Waterman, because this particular one has a tornado that has now been spotted. There are two kinds of tornado warnings that we have, or more than two. You've got the rotation that you see from radar, and then you can see funnel clouds form and wall clouds rotate, and then finally you can develop a tornado that's confirmed to be on the ground, and that's what we have happening up in this area. And again, that takes in the area northeast of Waterman and over to Hinckley, and it's headed to the northeast, so soon it'll be headed into the next area where we have a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. But if it's headed northeast, you're headed pretty much on a track towards St. Charles, as Mary Kay mentioned earlier. Here's an overview of what we have right now. Just put it all in perspective for you from top to bottom. Tornado warning in DeKalb County. Observed tornado. A tornado warning in DeKalb County, radar indicated. That's the second one on your list. Tornado warning in LaSalle County and Lee County, radar indicated. And then finally, tornado warning out in Bureau County, and that's radar indicated, though earlier they did see a tornado from that particular storm. So things are really fired up here, and along with the high winds and the tornadoes, there's also the chance that you'll see some large hail out of these storms, hail that can cause damage. Mary Kay?
Oh, and Ed, the National Weather Service is getting storm reports and pictures from storm spotters of a hail size, you know, a good golf ball size from these storms that you were just picking out. And they also mentioned that storm in Waterman, thankfully, that rotation is weakening just a hair, but it still is an observed tornado warning, as Ed mentioned. And then we have the severe thunderstorm warnings, too, that extend all the way into Kane County. County. So it gives you an idea of how these powerful storms are moving east-northeast. And that observed tornado warning in DeKalb is where Ed was just zoomed in on. So that is the most severe weather right now. But that cell, as I mentioned, is moving eastward. But thankfully, some of that rotation is showing signs of weakening, says the National Weather Service. So we can look at that and take a check on this area. You can see this purple polygon. That indicates where we do have that tornado warning. And they put it in purple like that so it stands out to us, so we know that it's actually an observed tornado by either emergency managers or storm spotters. And that's exactly what has taken place. So we look at where the radar is, and then we look at the velocity. And they are saying that some of this rotation, even though it's still visible here, is weakening just a bit, and that would be good news. However, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning into Kane County, and you can see Kane County now is starting to fill in on the radar returns with some very heavy rain. You also have to watch for a lot of lightning and that large hail that we were talking about as well. We could see hail from ping pong ball sized all the way through golf ball size, which is taking place, and even larger than that. But let's just log this right now, just this portion of the cell as it moves to the east-northeast at 20 to 25 miles per hour. So I want you to know that if you're on this list, you should take cover in the lowest part of your home, hopefully a basement if you have it, away from windows, and just put as many walls between you and the outdoors as possible, just in case you have any of this moving through your neighborhood. So now, these are the newest timings on this tornado warning, which is still valid. So Hinckley, 6:43 in a few minutes. Big Rock, 6:56, as Ed was showing you, the track of it kind of moving into the Big Rock area. Elburn, straight up at 7 o'clock, then into Sugar Grove. Now we're starting to see a little more in the way of populated towns, 7:10. Batavia, 7:20. St. Charles, 7:21. Marywood, 7:28. And then to West Chicago at 7:33. And we are focusing on the entire list of towns here because this is not just a pop-up thunderstorm of summer, even though it feels like June outside. This is part of a driving cold front. So we do expect these severe storms to continue pushing eastward. And there have been reports of rotating wall clouds, funnel clouds as well. But now with the dark, it gets extremely dangerous because you just can't see that. And you can't see a rain-wrapped tornado either. And with the atmosphere so volatile, and you have the warm, unstable air ahead of the front and the very cold air starting to move in closer to the Quad Cities, you're getting that collision of those two air masses. And that's what's generating this severe weather. So take a look at this list, and you want to take cover if you're in any of these towns from that tornado warning that is in DeKalb County right now. So it is moving from DeKalb County into Kane, tracking to the east. We're also getting some thunderstorms now starting to form in northern Cook County in the panhandle of Cook. So you're getting around Schaumburg, also closer to O'Hare, some thunderstorms that are going to be filling into this whole area, moving east and northeast. So West Dundee, Palatine, those are current areas that are experiencing this heavier rain as everything is tracking to the east. And as far as rotation goes, it's the cell in DeKalb County that is the most severe right now. However, I want to zoom it out. All of us are under a tornado watch, meaning conditions are favorable that you could have warnings. So be on the watch for tornadoes. And we have 2 tornado warnings, well, actually 3 with the second one in DeKalb lined up here as all of this weather is tracking east. So it's this explosion of thunderstorms ahead of the main front itself. So zooming out a little wider, look what's happening in Waterloo. Now it's snowing there. Big winds out of the north that are turning northwesterly, pulling in that colder air. We still have south and southwesterly winds, so we're so close to that cold front that's why we're getting this spark of severe weather. And when we look at temperatures right now, even with it dark, we're holding at 69 degrees at Midway, 68 right now at Morris, 57 in DeKalb. We're not seeing our temperatures fall just yet, but dew point readings are pretty high for this time of year. We usually don't have dew points in the upper 50s. It's 64 for a dew point temperature in Gary right now, telling us that there is plenty of moisture available for this storm system to deal with. And I just have to show you this. It is a classic, powerful cold front signature. St. Louis made it to 85 today, and now it's 78. And you can see that cold air pushing in behind the system. It's down to 30 now in Des Moines. But as we look live from one of our crews out in South Elgin, lightning, downpours, and you just have to be so careful. I'm saying that to the crew out there because driving around in the dark during these warnings certainly can be risky because you also have that damaging wind threat. And you also have the hail that could be out there as well. And when it's dark, if you have damaging winds and hail, that means that you can't see if there's branches or power lines down until you're almost up on them. See all that lightning? Wow. That's South Elgin coming from our live crew out and about. So showers and storms are going to be with us here for the next couple of hours. I would say between 9 and 10 o'clock we start to get a break. Then as we roll through the overnight into the morning, that cold air moves in, changing everything to snow and whipping winds out of the northwest. Do you know at 9 o'clock tonight we have a wind advisory for cold northwesterly winds, and that's going to bring wind chill values in the morning down into the single digits. So we do have that tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock tonight, and that does include the city of Chicago because these severe cells that are out to the west are moving eastward. Okay, so here's a recap of the latest warnings. We have three. We have two tornado warnings now in DeKalb County that we've been showing you and zooming in on. And this one that's following that does include the northern part of LaSalle County. Everything is moving east-northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So that severe weather giving us that. Severe thunderstorm warnings also extend into Kane County. National Weather Service put a tornado possible tag on it just because of the rotation from the history of these storms, really, as they developed just around the Quad Cities and then tracked eastward. And now that they're stepping across that I-39 corridor, we're seeing that intensity move with these storms. So here is our tornado warning for DeKalb County. It's valid for another 30 minutes, and it could be moving into Kane County because storms themselves are tracking eastward. So you do want to be on the watch for rapidly changing weather conditions as storms track eastward. So let's keep a wide view of it this time and kind of track this whole line of weather as it moves to the east. And forward speed has been a little slower with some of these, so they're moving at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So as far as severe thunderstorms, I think you could see that easily moving into Elburn again, 659, Elgin, 707. We just showed you all that thunder and lightning from those areas. So I think conditions are going to go downhill very quickly. Now, well, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go to that and just see where that is. Okay, that's starting as everything's moving east. It included the northeast portion here of LaSalle County. And then we have a new tornado warning, it looks like, as well. Boy, these are all just jumping in on us. So this one, it is for Kane County. A new tornado warning for you in Kane County. So we showed you those lists of timings as those storms are moving in. So now you do want to take cover if you haven't already in Kane County. As we mentioned, this whole system is part of a storm complex that is driving a cold front in. So all of this weather is going to be moving eastward into Kane County. So if we zoom in a little bit tighter here on this brand new warning and take a look on the velocity signature, we can get an idea of where we see that rotation. I think it's right about here as they move east. Ed has something new on it. Let's go to you.
Yeah, we'll just tell you the latest on this. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Maple Park or near DeKalb, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. So this includes Kane County, as Mary Kay just said. It's radar-indicated rotation, and this storm will be near Maple Park around 6:50, Elburn around 7, and Lily Lake around 7:05. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado, so you have to treat it as though it's a tornado on the ground. I mean, take cover in your house. Make sure that you're safe and you're away from windows. You're at a low place in the house if you can be, or at least a central location in the house where you're surrounded by a lot of walls. Put as many walls as between you and the outside. Smaller rooms are better, so a small interior bathroom is a great place to be if you don't have a basement to go into. So we have these tornado warnings for you that we're looking at here. Tornado warning for Kane County, the one we just told you about. That's until 7:30. Severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15 for DeKalb in Kane County. Tornado possible with that. Again, radar indicated. And a tornado warning with radar indicated rotation in DeKalb. And finally, another one in DeKalb, radar indicated. So they're all along the same line that we've been watching develop as it comes through. And this is an extremely powerful storm. Now, this storm that's affecting Kane County, the latest tornado warning we just got, has 3/4 inch hail associated with that. That's according to what the radar is looking at. Looks like 3/4 inch hail, and it's continuing to track to the east-northeast with very powerful winds associated with this, and with a tornado possibility as well. When we turn on the Doppler winds, you can see the changing colors in the middle here. That gives you an indication of rotation that's out here. In this particular storm, there's so many different areas that we're looking at that have rotation, and these are where you're set up as far as the severe thunderstorm warnings in the orange and the tornado warnings that are in the red here. A lot of hail associated with this. We haven't seen real giant hail returned by radar, but as you saw earlier, there was a good picture of hail that had come in that, you know, you get to about 2-inch hail, and that stuff will cause damage to roofs and with damage to also cars, car windows, and metal on your cars as well. So if you can tuck your cars away, that's a good thing. And an interesting fact that your kids can do is if you carefully cut open a piece of hail, it looks like an onion inside. That gives you an idea of the strength of the storm. Each layer of ice laid on that as the hailstone is pulled up in the storm and then dropped down and pulled back up again, layering it with ice and giving you an indication of just how powerful the storm is.
Very interesting, Ed, thank you. Speaking of that hail and just the density of it, many of you are posting photos and video to social media as this storm moves in. So let's take a look at golf ball sized hail. This is coming to us from Woodhaven Lake Subdivision in Sublette by Wayne Lechat. Pardon me if I'm mispronouncing your last name, Wayne, but thank you for sending this in. And you can see just in the palm of his hand there just how large this hail is turning out to be.
Like the size of a golf ball, and more hail here taken in the same subdivision in Sublette by Marissa Larson. This could do some damage. Take a look at the intense lightning just a few minutes ago captured by Mobile 2 in Kane County. This is near St. Charles.
Yeah, if we can get to that lightning, we know that Mary Kay has been talking about just how much it's lighting up the sky. We've seen it in Mobile 2. The strikes are happening often and really, as we see here, lighting up the skies. It is interesting. You can see sort of the clouds still out there because the skies are so bright. Let's toss it back to you, Mary Kay. And you were mentioning that these are storms with the 25-mile-per-hour winds. They're moving pretty slow. It's not like they're just going to go away like that. It's something that we have to continue to worry about as they move farther east.
Exactly. And when we're talking about that 25 mile per hour, that's forward speed. So you have this severe weather, all of it moving east at 25 miles per hour. But individual cells could create those damaging winds of up to 60 miles per hour with the individual cells and the rotation that's available with these tornado warnings. Now, I wanted to give you this wide picture. The orange counties indicate where we have severe thunderstorm warnings. The red, obviously, is the tornado warnings. And that new one in Kane County is what we're watching. That one is radar indicated. Movement to that is east-northeast at 25 miles per hour. So this line is really starting to fill in, and it's all ahead of that main cold front. So when we track the edge of this tornado warning and pull it to the east-northeast, again, as Erica mentioned, it's moving at 25 miles per hour. So it's starting to move closer to some populated towns, I think, as it tracks. Okay, so now we're looking at Elgin, and tornado sirens are going off. That's a live picture. So you have to be careful when you're out driving around. I'm glad I don't see a lot of traffic because it, there we go. Hear it? Yes. That's in Elgin. So that's telling you to take cover because of the warnings that are in place. And of course, as I was mentioning, now that it's dark, it can be dangerous when you're driving because you just don't see the debris on the roads, and it could be a power line, it could be a branch, it could be anything. And when you're talking those damaging winds that could gust to 60 or rotation from tornadic storms, that's when it gets incredibly dangerous. So I just want to remind our crew out there, take it slow because you never know what all of a sudden you're going to be in front of before you can even think about it. So be very, very careful. So tornado warning, Ed, I think you have that update, and let's go to you.
Tornado warning for northern Kane County in northeast Illinois at 6:52. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located at Pingree Grove, and that's near Elgin. Good reason why those sirens be going off now. Moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. It's radar indicated rotation. It's a tornado warning. Now this storm, you talk about more heavily populated areas. It's getting closer and closer in, and this storm is going to be near Elgin, Carpentersville, Huntley, Gilbert's, West Dundee, Sleepy Hollow, all at about 6:55 p.m., which is just a couple of minutes from now. Algonquin and East Dundee around 7 p.m. and Barrington Hills around 7:10 p.m. You know the drill. This is a radar-indicated tornado. You have to treat it as though it were a tornado on the ground because its rotation just a little bit above your heads as it goes through, so take cover. Be in a low part of your house, be in a basement if you can, if not, be in an interior room as this continues to track to the east-northeast. And you're looking on your screen at all the different tornadoes that we have going here, all the different tornado warnings located around the area from DeKalb County and Kane County down to parts of LaSalle County with a severe thunderstorm warning down there. The orange are severe thunderstorm warnings, and the red flashing that you see there are tornado warnings. And all of the tornado warnings at this time are radar indicated. We have had a couple of touchdowns reported to us this afternoon, but at this time they're all radar indicated tornado activity at this time, rotation up in the storms. A tornado warning has now been issued for northern Kendall County in northeast Illinois and southern Kane County. 6:54, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Hinckley or near Sandwich, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation. This storm will be Yorkville and Sugar Grove by 7 o'clock, Aurora, Montgomery around 7:05, Oswego, North Aurora, Boulder Hill around 7:10 p.m. So yet another tornado warning for the area. So lots to take care and take cover for as we look around northeastern Illinois. These being spawned by a cold front that's coming through and causing this kind of activity, these huge storms that are exhibiting rotation in many cases. And it's of great concern to us here, and that's why we're on the air with you, telling you about this. We have the possibility, Mary Kay, of more squall line kind of tornadoes coming our way, I think, in the future here. And this first batch has come through. There's still a lot of energy out there behind this that needs to push through Chicago as this cold front continues to track in our area. And this cold front running into the very warm and for this time of year, incredibly moist air. We just don't see this in late February in Chicago, and that's why we're getting these storms that have grown to extraordinary heights and exhibited rotation, and even the sightings of a couple of tornadoes.
Right, and it's almost taking more of a linear shape now. And I noticed, Ed, while you were speaking, that instead of the individual cells moving forward at 25 miles per hour, we're seeing this amplify and move faster with the forward speed. So here's a tornado warning now for northern Kane Kane County. But see how everything is becoming a little more linear. So you're going to have a lot of straight line wind damage along with these embedded rotations as well. And now the forward speed is more to the east at 40 miles per hour. That's meaning it's going to be moving faster into more heavily populated areas than before, because now it's picking up in the forward speed. So I want to give you a new time frame on this, because we have a system that really is vigorous here as it moves eastward. So these are the times that we're interested in to see this threat of possible rotation, definitely damaging wind threats and that large hail that we showed you those pictures of. So Algonquin 658 right now almost, Elgin 708, Wayne 714, and by the way, our crew that was out there showing us all that lightning and thunder, they did take cover a couple of times because they knew that when they hear those sirens, it's time to wrap it up. And even with the view out the window, I mean, it's just incredible. Wayne 714, and now we're starting to talk more populated areas. So Aurora 719, Schaumburg 725. I'm not sure what's going on at the airports, if maybe our producers want to consider that at O'Hare, because this severe complex is starting to really target O'Hare. So at 741, we expect that weather to move in. 749 in Niles, you saw this line jump a little bit because it automatically updates in real time. That's why I love this data. And Jefferson Park 752. So we are talking more in the way of populated areas as this storm moves eastward. So it's turning into a whole line, more of a linear line of severe weather. And we're also seeing from the National Weather Service that the sirens in Aurora are also going off. So you might be hearing that as well. And there's a look at O'Hare. Okay. And this weather is going to be moving in there. We said at 6:41, so within the next half hour, it's really going to start lighting up the sky. There's so much lightning with these storms as they're tracking east, and as we mentioned, the forward speed moving a little faster. And the National Weather Service also talking about a confirmed tornado between Little Rock and Big Rock. So Ed, I don't know if you just saw that note coming in, but now we're seeing everything start to fill in. And Jim and Erica, this is all heading now to more populated areas. And the issue is it's dark. So you can't see those wall clouds or anything rotating or a funnel cloud. So it's best to just not be on the roads here for the next hour or two, just to let this weather move through. Okay.
Right. Well, we are just about to hit the 7 o'clock hour here on CBS 2, and many of you may be tuning in to watch our primetime programming, including FBI, but we are here to keep you safe. First alert weather right now with multiple tornado warnings in effect. Our team of meteorologists, Mary Kay Kleist and Ed Curran, bringing you the alerts as they come across the screen. We will bring them to you. We also have teams in the fields that are monitoring it as well, Jim.
And are trying to be careful with their own safety because,
Absolutely.
as Mary Kay said, we are hearing some sirens in places like Elgin. Mary Kay and Ed Curran have been on the air for more than an hour. Let's go back to them now.
And as we look at the latest timing with this, the forward speed of these cells, it's just driving this almost like a linear line of severe weather into more populated towns here on the tail end of this list. So shortly moving into Aurora, where there are tornado sirens going. 7:19 is the timing there. Getting closer to Schaumburg at 7:25, and then to O'Hare at 7:41. Jefferson Park at 7:52. So now we have new update here. I want to get off of this because we are seeing this new tornado warning of an observed tornado down here, and this is Kane and Kendall County. And when we see these purple and pink highlights, that's telling us that we have the confirmation of that tornado, and that's moving now into all of our western suburbs. It's really starting to fill in. So let's take a tighter look at that and see where exactly that rotation is taking place. So here's Aurora. You are under fire here for this tornado warning. So keep that in mind and go to the lowest level of your home, as far away from windows as possible. So you see Sandwich, Big Rock. Those storms are moving eastward into Yorkville, Aurora, and St. Charles as well. But as far as rotation goes, Oh, sure. You can clearly see it right here around Big Rock. And that's what the National Weather Service was highlighting as well. So when we take a tighter look there, it is traveling to the east at about 40 miles per hour. Boy, it must be speeding up a little more, because even with that last sweep on the radar, it really moved east, closer to, or yes, east, closer to you in Sugar Grove. You do want to take cover in Sugar Grove, in Aurora, for this rotation as this tornado moves eastward, because it is an observed tornado. And the streets, there's just so much weather happening out there as far as damaging wind threats and hail threats. You're looking live though at Elgin. Our crews are out there now. A lot of lightning just flashing everywhere, and you have to be so careful for debris on area roadways, because with winds like this and hails like this, hailstorms like this, and also the rotation that we've seen on the radar, that just tells us that debris could certainly be out and about on the area roadways if you're not careful, because you all of a sudden can just be upon it without any warning. And you also can't really keep an eye to the sky. You can't see a rain-wrapped tornado because it's dark and the rain is so intense, but also too those rotating wall clouds or funnel clouds that are usually picturesque of what you would expect. Okay, so Scott is taking shelter, our driver and photographer out there. Good, because we don't want to worry about you, because I know every place you're driving, we hear the tornado sirens going off, and that's been the case.
And you don't know what you're driving into.
Exactly.
It's dark out there, and you know, that's the misnomer people have sometimes. With tornado, you're going to see it. Well, you're not going to see it at night, except between lightning flashes, which is very dangerous, and you're not going to see it if it's wrapped in rain, too. So this is an extremely dangerous situation when you have a tornado on the ground, a tornado that is confirmed, and this is in the location out there where it's flashing on your screen here. Let's take a look at the computer. Out near Aurora, you can see the flashing on the screen, and that's outlined in purple, and that's a tornado warning for Kane and Kendall counties until 7:30 p.m. This tornado, which spotters have confirmed, a tornado east of Hinckley near Interstate 88. You've got tornado will be near Aurora, Yorkville, Montgomery, North Aurora, and Sugar Grove in just a couple of minutes from now. So this is moving right in your direction if you're in those areas. Sugar Grove is right out by Aurora. It's where the airport is. It's where the Weather Service has their observations. And this is all happening right now in that area. Again, this is a confirmed by spotters tornado. Not that radar indicated is a lesser tornado. It's still a dangerous situation, but this is a confirmed tornado. So use caution, take cover. A tornado is on the ground. Take cover now, move to a basement, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, avoid any windows, get yourself as many walls between you and the outdoor and the outside as you can. And if you are in a mobile home, in a manufactured home, that type of thing, or you're in a car, if you can, get out of there and go someplace substantial to take cover from what could be an extremely, extremely dangerous situation, with spotters confirming a tornado on the ground, again, right now in the area around Yorkville, Montgomery, North Aurora, Sugar Grove, and moving to the east and slightly to the northeast right now, Mary Kay.
All right, let's put a timing on this so everybody can take cover, because this is just such a large area of weather that you just zoomed in on, but these are the times for that tornado warning. So now we're talking more heavily populated areas. Sugar Grove at 7:08, so very shortly. By the way, Scott, our photographer, went to his brother's house and just called it and to take cover, and for good reason. You shouldn't be out on the roads if you don't have to. 7:12 in Elgin, 7:18 for Aurora, where sirens are going off. Schaumburg 728, Naperville 731, York 739. A lot of times we don't get to the end of the list because storms would fall apart, say, if they were pop-up summer storms. This is not the case. This is a driving, powerful cold front. So after O'Hare at 744, in Niles, you can expect that at 751. Now we're talking Jefferson Park, 754, and 8 o'clock in Evanston. I do think the severe weather will hold together, making it all the way to the lakefront in one way, shape, or form, because this is just such a strong cold front. So if you're on this list or a town nearby that may be smaller, you do want to take cover in the lowest area of your home. If you have a small room below your stairwell, that's ideal. If there's a bathroom or a closet underneath your steps, that's ideal. Away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outdoors as possible. So 731, Naperville, O'Hare 744, and then at Evanston, 8 o'clock. Storms are moving east. The tornado warning with the observed tornado down here near Aurora. That's where we're hearing the sirens that are going off. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well. Boy, everybody's just filling in with these warnings as they come into time. Here's, okay, the tornado warning that's observed now for Kane and for Kendall County. That's new. So this whole line is almost becoming more linear, where it's going to be damaging winds and also very large hail as this line tracks eastward. And again, the forward speeding up. At first, when it was west of I-39, we had a forward speed of 25 miles per hour. Well, now these storms are moving east at 40 miles per hour. So that means they'll move faster through DuPage County and through Cook County as well, as storms are continuing to move eastward. So here's a wider look at the picture. Some rain is starting to fall in northern Cook, but we're going to see this intensity really start to move into the picture. But by far, the worst weather now is in Kane County, where we do have this observed tornado warning. Sirens going off in Aurora, and you do want to take cover from that. Ed has some latest information. Here you are from Sugar Grove to Aurora to Oswego. These towns are in the path of this tornado. Ed?
Yeah, let's take a look at what we have going on here. The tornado, the possible tornado, which was seen by some spotters as well as being radar indicated, is moving through this area. You're moving through this area of North Aurora and Batavia. It is generally in this particular area at this time. Then behind this, we have straight line winds, and those straight line winds are coming through this area here. You can see the boundary behind this, and that's where those are coming through. So you'll be followed by the storm and the hail associated with it and the tornado risk that is in this general area right now by very, very strong winds as this comes through, moving to the east and northeast. And so you want to take cover in these areas. Very dangerous situation. Again, the tornado warning that's outlined in purple is where there's been a tornado actually spotted. You can see we have quite a bit of hail associated with these storms out in the Hinckley area, the Aurora area, Campton Hills, and some large hail has been reported to us, and we've shown you photos of it that people have picked up. Pretty much golf ball size hail is what we've seen out of many of these storms. So the whole area is seeing this. You know, Mary Kay was talking about a more linear kind of view, and you can see that. These were not clustered like this earlier, and now they are, and they really are in pretty much a straight line going through here, and they're moving off to the east. So they're moving to the east-northeast. So this is going to come right into the northern suburbs of Chicago. The southern edge of this will come through the heart of Chicago. So this is very much a Chicago storm, and don't think that we can't have tornadoes in Chicago. You sure can. And that's why when this comes your way, you're going to have to take cover and be aware of the fact that these are dangerous storms. They're headed your way if you're in the city of Chicago itself, because I think, as Mary Kay said, there's no reason why these wouldn't hold together. We're in a charged atmosphere, a juiced up atmosphere that is ready for this, being driven by a cold front moving toward the area, and these should survive into the city in some shape or form, either as strong thunderstorms or as tornado warned storms. So we have to watch these very carefully, take them very seriously, and take cover. The front is still located out to the northwest of it. It will actually come through here on the ground not until later tonight, but it's driving everything that you see around here. Temperatures have not started to drop at all. Temperatures 67 degrees. Dew points are up near 60 degrees out there, so there's a lot to deal with. One quick overview of what we have going on here now is we have a situation in which we have several tornado warnings. Most of them are radar indicated, but not all of them. Tornado warning in Kane County, observed tornado. Another tornado warning for Kane and Kendall County. Again, another observed tornado. You can see that in these areas right here. When it's an observed tornado, then it's outlined in the purple that you see flashing here. And then up to the north, we have a tornado warning that's radar indicated in Kane County. So we have a lot of, in severe thunderstorm warnings, of course, in the orange. We don't want to lessen the threat from those. We have large hail associated with those and powerful winds as well. So tornado warnings in Kane County and Kendall in DeKalb, or Kane and DeKalb and Kendall and Kane down here to the south. Confirmed tornadoes spotted by trained spotters in these areas as well. So that's the way we look right now, and this is moving to the east-northeast at this time. Mary Kay?
And, you know, Ed, the National Weather Service is talking about a debris signature, and I turned on our detector just to try to see where there's possibility of some debris noted, and they have reports of some debris coming in on radar, especially close to the Aurora Sugar Grove Airport. So that is a spot that they are watching. But it looks like here's an update on the tornado warning now. In Kane County, an observed tornado. This tornado warning, you want to take cover in the lowest level of your home because storms are moving quickly, as Ed said, to the east at 40 miles per hour, almost taking more of a linear effect. You can see now that we're not noticing an individual couplet except for right here. That's where that debris signature was actually, but the rest of it showing up almost linear in shape, and that's just telling us that a damaging wind line is certainly possible. But I want to take a closer look at this tight couplet. It's very tight here, and that's what the National Weather Service is really looking at now as it moves east-northeast. Batavia, you are in the track of this. That's why they have the observation with a report of some damaged debris showing up on radar. So here is the center of that rotation showing just to the west of Batavia as it moves eastward, Ed mentioned, at 40 miles per hour. So that is the spot that we are looking at, but I think it's time to put a track on this individual cell just so you know when to take cover for that, because forward speed is increasing in time. But boy, that's a tight signature there that we're looking at. Moving east-northeast at 40. I don't know if I'm zoomed in too tight, but we'll take a peek as it moves, in our direction. Okay, it's moving to more heavily populated areas. Let's try that again. I'm going to zoom it out a little bit, and then we can take another look. Let's see, right there from Batavia. Okay, because it's starting to move eastward into more populated communities. So let's go back to the velocity. There we go. And get you back into, okay, there's the update now in it on the last radar sweep. Again, this line is where we're seeing the most intensity as storms are racing to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour now. So we're going to start getting some of these bigger towns in the track of this storm. Let's take a good look at this list, because now if you're on this list or near one of these towns, you should take cover in the lowest level of your home because a tornado is certainly possible. We have an observed tornado tracking east at 40 miles per hour. So St. Charles, right now it is 7:16, and you should be taking cover. West Chicago at 7:26. I'm sorry, where is this? Elgin. Okay, so Elgin, still a lot of lightning. And we are getting the reports of hail throughout these counties and the damaging wind threat. Wind gusts themselves could pick up to 60 miles per hour. Now, the forward speed of this line is moving eastward at 40 miles per hour. But the damaging wind threat calls for gusty winds to 60. As far as reports of hail go, we have had visuals on golf ball size hail, but the potential is there. When you look at the data coming in on radar, the estimates are quite large, where you could see those 2 and almost 3-inch hail in diameter with some of those more intense cells. Now, the whole line is moving east at 40, so into Wheaton at 732. You do want to take cover away from windows. Milton, 734, into York at 743. Then we're moving through DuPage County, Elmhurst, 746, O'Hare, then Jefferson Park, 801, Evanston, 807, and then the lake. So Edgewater at 809 as this tracks east at 40 miles per hour. So it's storm after storm that's just continuing to amplify and intensify as they move eastward. So these are the towns now that are under fire to see this severe weather. So do take cover in the lowest level of your home if you're in that area. Let's take a look at radar and just show you this whole line. I'll zoom it out a little bit, just so you can see how our western suburbs now have filled in with that squall line. This is all tacked onto that front. It's starting to move up. New tornado warning is come right here. Let's get right to that. And that one is starting to include the edge of Cook County here and part of Lake County. So, and McHenry as well. So northern Cook, Southern Lake, southern McHenry County, a brand new tornado warning that's in effect. And that is radar indicated rotation, right, Ed? What's the speed on it?
This is 25 miles per hour to the northeast.
Okay.
This storm will be near Elgin, Hoffman Estates, Streamwood, Algonquin, Barrington, Cary, Lake Barrington, Fox River Grove, Barrington Hills, and East Dundee, all around 7:20 p.m. in just moments from now. Lake Zurich, Inverness, Port Barrington, Tower Lakes around 7:25, and then you're looking at Wakanda and Hawthorne Woods. As we said, it's tracking northeast at about 7:30 p.m. So this is tornado warning for southwestern Lake County, southeastern McHenry County, and far northwestern Cook County at this time. And it's because of a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located along this line from Algonquin to Elgin, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. As you said, a squall line kind of situation, a linear kind of situation of these storms coming through as a wall just blasting through.
New one. New tornado warning. Let's go to that one as well.
All right, this one is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Geneva, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Okay. So there's rotation with this. Nothing spotted at this time. This storm will be near Schaumburg, Bartlett, Streamwood, Carroll Stream, Hanover Park, West Chicago, Roselle, Bloomingdale, Winfield, and Wayne around 7:25 p.m. Glendale Heights around 7:30, and Hoffman Estates around 7:35. As these storms, Mary Kay, continue to make a trek to the east and holding together as we said they would, and you can see this massive situation from the middle of McHenry County and Lake County, extending all the way down through Aurora and beyond with these very, very powerful storms. And we have hail associated with these, radar indicated hail that's coming in at, 3/4 of an inch or so. But we've had ground reports from people and photos from people of golf ball size hail plus. Damaging hail, dangerous hail. Got a garage? Get your car in there because you could have damage.
That's right. And Joe and Erica have an update now on Metra.
Yes, Mary Kay and Ed, thank you very much. We do want to bring you up to date on something we're just learning right now, and that has to do with delays on the UP West line. We understand right now that inbound and outbound are both delayed.
Yeah, we were hearing that this is first because of the tornado warnings that are going on all across this area, but also the potential for downed tree limbs on the tracks there. So as a precaution to make sure that everyone in that area, commuters, anyone who could be passing by, is safe. Metra, this breaking news is that they have inbound and outbound on the UP Pacific West train line stopped at this point because of the severe weather that's moving through our area.
Something to keep an eye on. You can see here as we're looking at these notifications right now on the screen, as you are as well. These are things you'll need to know if you or someone you know is inbound or outbound right now using Metra, considering the threat, and it is considerable with all of the tornado warnings and watches that are out there right now and all of the hail that we've been hearing about. This is a very serious system, and as Ed and Mary Kay have been talking about, this is a line that maybe during a spring or summer thunderstorm might break up as it's on its way into Chicago. This one is maintaining its form and coming into town with all of its power that we're seeing right now in this picture.
And this right here, we're bringing you a live view of Oak Brook. You can see the lightning flashes up against that dark sky above the city there. We've seen that from multiple locations, that one just there, because we're not only dealing with the tornado warnings, but in many areas also the threat for thunderstorms. Mary Kay and Ed have been talking about the potential for hail, strong winds, wind gusts exceeding upwards of, I believe, Mary Kay, if you correct me if I'm wrong, upwards of 50 miles per hour could be potential. And we've seen some pictures as well of golf ball size hail at this point. So it's definitely ringing true what our meteorologists have been warning us about throughout the afternoon and into the evening.
Mary Kay, let's bring you back in here because I did have a couple of questions. First of all, is there a chance this system moves either to the north or to the south to skirt past Chicago? And secondly, is there a chance that some of these things you've been talking about diminish or do decrease at least a little before it gets here to Chicago? And finally, what is the timeline on when it might arrive?
Okay, well, let's take a look at where the latest tornado warnings are. And, you know, usually we don't see such a cluster of multiple tornado warnings. But as we mentioned, and you also said, this is not your summertime pop-up severe weather event where it dissipates and kind of exhausts itself, where, you know, it just kind of rains itself out. This is a driving frontal system. So as far as tornado warnings go, we have several, and they are lined up to include the corner of McHenry County, the southwest corner of Lake County, all the way through the edge here of Cook County, going into DuPage and parts of Kane County as well. Now, the movement of this has been to the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. It's almost taking more of a linear shape. So I do think that on the tail end of this whole line, let's go to radar, you can see that most of it is favoring from Geneva all the way up here, oh gosh, almost to Waukegan now. But again, with that movement to the east-northeast at 40, I do think the North Shore definitely will be in on this as we move this closer to the lake. So let's widen it out and let's actually recap this so you can see what's taking shape with the current warnings. So we have, okay, O'Hare has a ground stop, and for good reason. And Midway, okay, makes sense because we have severe thunderstorm warnings for both airports. But when we look at that line that tornadic storm is moving, O'Hare is in the track of that. So a ground stoppage as we look live at O'Hare is justified for sure, because you're talking, you know, rotating storms, tornadic activity, large hail, and gusty winds. West Chicago is also getting some sirens and 49-mile-per-hour winds at DuPage Airport as well. So we do have some high winds with this, but I think the gusts could come to almost 60 miles per hour with some of these storms. So the tornado warning, we have an observed tornado warning in Kane County. Also east of that, we're getting reports of large hail too. So let's put a timing on some of this, take a closer look at it where we are seeing some of this rotation and where it's all headed. So when we first put it, let's do a timing on it first, because you did ask that. And if we go all the way from the northern part of this down to the southern edge, because it is taking that squall line look to it, moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour, that puts it to the city at 8:10. So I do think that we will see severe wind chances. Will it rotate or not and hold together? That's the wild card. But the intensity certainly there for the system right after 8 o'clock for the city, and moving into the North Shore just before that as well. So if you're in this line of storminess, Naperville 7:30 now, very shortly, you should take cover in the lowest level of your home. Even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning for Cook County, you still should act like it's a tornado warning because of the history of this event today. Everything has been preceded by a severe thunderstorm warning, and then it amps up to become a tornado warning because these storms are turning linear along that cold front as it moves eastward. And it's taking us from summer today until winter tomorrow morning. So here's a live look at Elgin now, where we still are getting some very heavy rain. There's a lot of lightning out there as well. Any debris on the ground is going to be hard to see if you have to go out and about. Try not to, though. I think this cold front is really going to intrude and start moving in around 9 o'clock, and that's going to pull in colder air, and that's going to help bring some stability to our atmosphere, because right now everything is just boiling and very unstable because we're so warm. We made it to 74 degrees today. Tomorrow, we're going to have a high of 29. So in Downers Grove, you can expect this line at 7:41, Wheeling 7:45, Jefferson Park 8 o'clock. National Weather Service is saying rotation is just east of Elgin. That's a spot where you want to take cover because we are getting signs of rotation there. And this will continue on an eastward track through Jefferson Park, Evanston 8:06, as I mentioned, Chicago 8:10, and then Woodlawn at 8:17. So it is a vigorous complex of multiple tornado warnings here that are moving eastward. And when we look at these individual tornado warnings, we can take a closer look at some of this weather. Wow, that is some heavy rain, though, and some hail, too, that has been associated with all of this. The hail has been golf ball size in many places, but right now Algonquin is seeing some hail associated with that severe thunderstorm and tornado activity. Also St. Charles, some heavier hail there, and that could be up to golf ball size. Aurora getting hail, and Yorkville as well when we look at this whole line. And then when we check for the rotation on this, boy, when it really starts to turn in a long line, that's almost telling us it's more of a wind damage event as the whole line comes through, more so than individual couplets like we've seen earlier with this system, right, Ed? I mean, yeah.
Up to the west, out
right
of
here.
West Chicago, they have winds that have kicked up to about 50 knots. So you're talking over 50 miles per hour winds out in that area. And we expect that as we go into the night and this cold front comes through, and that can cause a lot of straight line wind damage.
Exactly. And boy, what a change on both sides of the front. Here's Lakewood. That's going to be a place where we are going to see those driving winds. As everything moves toward Carroll Stream, you want to be on the alert for that as well. And West Chicago getting hard hit now with very heavy rain, probably a lot of lightning for you as well. So unusual to have so much lightning with this weather in February. When we look at our lightning detection network, you can see how it's just filling in around the severe cells. The newest updates always turn the bright yellow. Those are almost current. And then the ones that are a few minutes old are in the white color. But let's look at this whole complex as it moves closer to the city. Yes, it will be moving through the city because of the tail end of that. But all of that lightning really kind of clustered around the airport soon and around Aurora, a place that has had a lot of rotation as well, where the tornado sirens, you probably heard them, and hopefully you're taking cover. We are also getting rotation around Elgin. That is getting better, says the National Weather Service, and that is right along the squall line that is west of the city. But know that since the tail end of this is south of the city, this whole line still has to move through. This isn't like a summertime pop-up variety where it just kind of wears itself out and dissipates in place. This has to drive through with that cold front as the colder air rushes in behind that system. So you do want to take cover in the lowest level of your home, even though it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, so to say, in Cook County. I think it could be upgraded if you get any of this rotation. We're seeing all of this severe weather in the western suburbs track slightly northeast and to the east. So take a look at this list right now. These are the times that we expect. Naperville shortly. You should take cover 7:32, York 7:41, then O'Hare, Downers Grove 7:50, Jefferson Park 7:57. Then as we hit the 8 o'clock hour, shortly after that, Evanston, Lakeview 8:06, Chicago. I mean, Joe and Erica, we're talking some heavily populated areas, so it's so important to take cover in the lowest level of your home. And if you're in a high rise, you just want to stay away from windows. If there's a stairwell, that's a great place to be as well.
Right. Well, it is just after 7:30 here on CBS 2, and we are bringing you breaking coverage, continuing coverage of this severe weather moving through our area. Our first alert weather team staying on top of the tornado warnings, the threat for severe storms with thunder and lightning as well. We've seen the hail moving through the area and many of these strong winds.
Yeah, and the severe thunderstorms as well. We're getting heavy rain in areas tonight that's headed our way. We know here in Chicago, again, headed our way, and that estimated arrival time is such a key tool for our meteorologists to bring you the exact times that this storm will be arriving where you are. Meantime, we do have some video we want to share, and it's a new video of a funnel cloud. You can hear the hail right there in this video, but this is in Sublette, which is about 100 miles west of Chicago in Lee County. It's unclear at this point if this funnel cloud did touch down, and we at this point don't have any reports of damage, at least so far. Before this, though, we are told there was intense hail in the area, and I think that's certainly been proven out by the sound. You can hear it hitting the car.
Right, and just into our newsroom, new pictures of hail out in DeKalb County. They're not as large as we've seen in some other areas, but you can see it, the size of it, multiple dimensions here. It's been covering the sidewalks and lawns in front of this home, also seeing a lot of intense lightning. And this is something that our severe weather team, our first alert weather team, has been warning us about. Upwards of 2 to 3 inches, and at some points we saw in the hand of one man, one of our viewers who sent it in, golf ball size hail. And Ed gave us some real good insight into just how this hail layers up, and it shows just how dense it can be, causing quite a bit of damage it can to cars and homes in the areas.
Yeah, the hail gets pulled up in the storm and gets bigger and bigger until it becomes too heavy and it falls, and gives you a good indication of just how heavy and how strong the storm was to pull up the hailstone that many times. What's happened now, and Mary Kay's been telling you about this, it's become more of a linear storm, more of a squall line. The good news with that is that the hail diminishes in size. The bad news with that is that we have these squall lines where you can spin up smaller tornadoes that are with us just briefly, and they're very difficult to track because they're very quick. They're with you for a short time. We have a tornado warning just issued for southeastern Lake County, northeastern DuPage County, and northwestern Cook County. At 7:31, a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes were located along a line extending from Lake Barrington to Carroll Stream and moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. The hazard associated with this is that they're built into the squall line, so they can be rain-wrapped tornadoes. So not only is it dark outside, and you hope to see a tornado if it's coming at you with each lightning flash that you're able to see the sky, but these are rain-wrapped, so even if it were bright outside, you probably wouldn't see them. That makes them especially dangerous. So we have radar-indicated rotation along this line, and you can see this powerful line that we've been watching so carefully, and that extends through here all the way down through Aurora from up in Lake County. So this line is moving through, and as it does, it brings very powerful winds along with it. And we have a number of tornado warnings, and this is what we're currently looking at. And now this has gotten to the point to where you're seeing the tornado set up around the area that has extended to the lakefront, and this entire area is involved here. Let me see if I can bring that up for you here. And there's your tornado warnings right now that you're looking at.
It looks like it's very close to South Barrington, Schaumburg. I can see it on the velocity. Intense winds there.
Yeah. Tornado warning you see for Cook County and for Cook, DuPage, and Lake County. And because these have been tracking northeast, this is just the area we told you they'd be headed for, which is the north side of Chicago, the northern suburbs. And as you can see, this tornado warning goes down through Evanston, comes back through Schaumburg, includes O'Hare Field, and then goes out to the west here. So we have tornado possible in Cook, DuPage, and Will County, Kane County, and Lake County as well as parts of, as you get to the north there, just about McHenry County as well. So these are tornado warnings. These go till, the one for Cook, DuPage, and Lake goes until 8:30 p.m. So these very powerful storms continue to track to the north-northeast, the orange area. These are severe thunderstorms, and then the red area, tornado warnings, and tornado warnings continue as they have been throughout the afternoon. So this continues to move to the east-northeast. If I can set it in motion for you, you can see the activity here, and even outside of our area, you know, to show you we're not out of the woods yet. I mean, up here to the north, this is up in the Rockford area, and you've had severe storms pop up here as well to the north of us. So this is a while before this is over. We're watching this very carefully and watching what has become kind of a squall line out here that is moving to the east and moving about 30 miles an hour or so to the east, and will be affecting areas north side of Chicago and farther north. But as you get down to Downers Grove and Aurora, you can see that there are more storms there that have yet to track through the rest of Chicago. And I think a lot of the rest of Chicago are going to see these storms, Mary Kay.
Right. And, you know, Ed, we have new information on train stoppage. So BNSF, Union Pacific Northwest, and Union Pacific West, all trains have stopped, and for good reason. I turned on the velocity while you were talking, Ed, just to look for that rotation, and it is clear that you can see it here from South Barrington to Schaumburg to Barrington. We're getting those very intense winds. They are moving to you in Palatine, in Mount Prospect, Wheeling, Des Plaines. All of this weather is moving eastward. This is part of a tornado warning, as storms now can contain damaging winds to 70 miles per hour. That's an update from the National Weather Service with the intensity, right, Ed?
Yeah, and you're under the gun. Just to make it clear what we're talking about here, even though we showed you the counties, if you're in Arlington Heights, Schaumburg, Palatine, Addison, Glendale Heights, Elk Grove Village, Mundelein, Lake Zurich, these are all areas that will be affected. Mount Prospect, Buffalo Grove, Vernon Hills, Grays Lake till about 7:40 p.m. And then as it gets farther to the east, Chicago, north side of Chicago initially, and then Waukegan, Des Plaines, Wheeling, Bensonville, Prospect Heights, and Lincolnshire by about 7:45. And finally, O'Hare Field's involved in this, as well as parts of Northbrook, Lake Forest, Deerfield, just a little bit later, about 7:50, the heart of this. But Mary Kay, you know, this has become a situation in which we see this, what has become a kind of a squall line moving through, and this has the threat of spinning up tornadoes very briefly along that line as it continues to move to northeast.
Exactly, and I put a new time on while you were talking so everybody could know when to take cover and where, because the storms are moving from DuPage County now into Cook County. So Lyle out in DuPage County, 741. It's 7:39 right now, so you should take cover. O'Hare is at a stop just because of this weather moving through. Same with Midway. Park Ridge, 7:54. Then right at 8 o'clock, Jefferson Park. Everything keeps changing minute by minute. That's why we want to keep refreshing and keep updating with every radar sweep that comes through, because this squall line is moving to some incredibly populated areas. And when you see this radar sweep go, that updates our times, and it also updates the positioning of that storm. Let's take a live look at O'Hare right now, where we do have that warning moving through. We see the lightning, but there's a stoppage, so you don't see any planes coming or going at all, for good reason, because wind damage with some of these stronger cells now could be up to 70 miles per hour. That's tropical storm force winds. I mean, that's some serious wind damage. And when you add to that large hail and destructive hail, we've had numerous pictures of ping pong ball size and golf ball size hail coming from the western suburbs as this all got started. Well, now that's moving through DuPage County into Cook County as well, and getting closer to the city, and especially to the North Shore, and for you up in Lake County, Illinois as well, because the storm complex itself is moving east at 40.
Right now in Wilmette.
I'm sorry?
Sirens in Wilmette.
Sirens in Wilmette makes sense because of the tracking of this, Ed. So we're moving it to Evanston at 8:06, Lakeview 8:11, Chicago 8:17, and Bronzeville at 8:24. So you can see this tornado warning now. That's for Southern Lake and for Cook County. That's a spot that we are watching, and we're watching for rotation as well. Intense winds with some of these as it's all moving eastward. And I'm thinking that a lot of this is very linear in structure, meaning it's all part of a front that's going to be coming through. So we have some very intense winds now just to the west of you in Wheeling. This is all just to the north of O'Hare, but that intense weather moving through Evanston, through Wilmette, where we are getting reports of sirens right now because of the tornado warning.
Sirens in Glenview.
Okay, and you know that area for sure.
Yep.
Yes, and those are some heavily populated areas as this whole line moves eastward. So when we look back at the bigger picture, Ed, it's so interesting to see how all of this now is really kind of focusing on the Chicago metro area. Shortly we'll be over the lake. After that, we start to see that colder rush of air come in tonight. But in the meantime, we're getting these spin-ups right along the leading edge of all these severe storms.
If I can interrupt here,
Sure.
We now have an observed tornado warning in the Cook-DuPage Lake County area, an observed tornado, and that's in the area that you see here on my screen. If we can take computer 3 here, you'll see it flashing with the purple on the outside. So this is obviously, I don't have to tell you, a heavily populated area that takes in northern Cook County all the way up to beyond Lake Cook Road and into parts of southern Lake County as well. So we're watching that very carefully. That was tornado warned for a while now, but has just in the last few minutes gone to a tornado warning with a spotter that has actually seen a tornado up in that area. So watching that very carefully. If you're in that area, take cover. And anywhere on the North Shore, you're looking at North Chicago, Niles, Highland Park, Morton Grove, Lake Bluff, Highwood, Skokie, Wilmette, Lincolnwood, Winnetka, Glencoe, Northfield, Evanston, Kenilworth. That's why if you're in Wilmette and Glenview and Niles, all these areas, you probably hear the sirens going on outside and probably coming over your phone as well to tell you that there's a considerable danger with all the weather we have left out here. Tornado warning for Cook-DuPage Lake County with an observed tornado associated with that as well. And that is a great concern because of the high population in that particular area. This is a line of severe thunderstorms, so it's a line moving through, and this is what we warned you about. The line comes through and can cause these tornadoes to spin up along the line, and you can see here as I set the line in motion, it's sitting right here now and heading into those northern suburban areas. And this is what has caused the tornado warning up in that area because of the powerful situation of this. I mean, look at this out here, Mary Kay and the Schaumburg, just east of Schaumburg, headed toward Wheeling. We have some very powerful winds there, and we have some winds that are moving offshore here. So this is blasting in with these powerful winds and the ability with just enough rotation along that chaos to create brief but dangerous tornadoes.
And especially if you're watching from Long Grove and Palatine and Wheeling, I'm finding a spot with very intense winds, some rotation too. So from Vernon Hills to Lake Zurich, right in here to West Deerfield, this area is definitely a place that is experiencing that severe weather. Same for Wheeling as well. So primary rotation, Weather Service is saying, is very close to Palatine, approaching Long Grove. That's the spot. spot right here that we're carefully monitoring because this really ramped up when we were checking the Doppler winds on that. So if we go in a little bit tighter there, okay, good. Got a new update on the radar just now. So this is just to the southwest of Vernon Hills. So we're talking right over Long Grove. If you live in Long Grove, just take cover right now because this is some pretty good rotation right overhead with some intense winds. When they get to this color in our Doppler wind feature, it's telling us that those winds are pretty intense. You could have wind damage of gusts to 70 miles per hour. All of this tracking east-northeast. So Lincolnshire, Riverwoods, Vernon Hills, those are spots where this rotating thunderstorm is on the track to move eastward. But right now, Long Grove, that's a place where you want to take cover immediately just because that is where we're seeing the primary rotation with this whole area that we've been following with the latest warning. That is up for a highly populated area. So we're even talking, Buffalo Grove right down to the southeast there, Lincolnshire. Then as we expand it out a little more, taking this to Lake Forest and Lake Bluff and Libertyville. So this is our area of primary rotation, the most intense winds as well. Movement to the east-northeast at 40 miles per hour. So we're talking pulling out of Cook County, going into Lake County, pushing toward West Deerfield, Lake Bluff, Libertyville, Vernon Hills. That's a spot where we are seeing all of that intensity with this severe storm. Changing it over to the radar here, you can see that very heavy rain from Wheeling all the way up almost to you in Vernon Hills, where we're seeing that rotation around Palatine and Lake Zurich. And here's West Deerfield. Tracking to the east-northeast, still at 40, Ed, right, I think? And boy, it may have picked up a little bit in forward speed now that I'm looking at this. Racing through Lake County. So here's Waukegan, Zion, Lake Forest up here as we get closer to the Wisconsin line. But this storm complex is what we're watching now. And then when we look just to the south of that, O'Hare now getting in on that very heavy activity. It extends all the way into DuPage County as well. So around Oak Brook and Lombard and Downers Grove and Naperville and Clarendon Hills, you're seeing that intensity in Lisle. And this is all leaning now to the North Shore, also for the city. So as we look down to Downers Grove and into DuPage, it's this portion, I think, that's going to be moving east-northeast into Inglewood, into Chicago, and all of our neighborhoods running along the Stevenson here. This could really fill in from 88 right through the Ike. So Melrose Park, you are just about to have that intensity move through. So this has really changed into almost more of a wind damage, straight line winds with more of a linear composition to it, but there have been those individual rotations with it, creating the tornado warnings that have been in place. Here's a live look at Oak Brook now, where we do have the lightning and that intensity moving right through that area. And it's so hard to see any kind of a tornado, a rotation, funnel cloud, anything when it's dark, when it's rain wrapped. So it can be incredibly dangerous, especially if those spin ups happen along the squall line. It's moving so quickly to the east as it drives that colder air into our neighborhood from the warm summer-like day that we had. And you get those spin ups along that front after dark. And it can be extremely dangerous because you can't see anything that's already fallen, any kind of debris, any kind of power lines or branches or anything else for that matter that's scattered along the roadway, and you're just driving along. You could really encounter that quickly. So it can be dangerous for that reason. And also you wouldn't be able to see any kind of rotating wall cloud or funnel cloud before it becomes a tornado, because they can be rain wrapped as well, because we've had such intense rain. And as you can see, intense lightning too with these storms. It's hard to believe it's February. We hit 74 today. Tomorrow we're looking at a high of 29. It'll never feel like that because of the winds. It's going to feel like the teens all day. So now we're seeing the height of this storm move into northwest Cook County and Lake County. And that's really the focus for these multiple tornado warnings that are still in effect for us. We just have to wait out this line as it moves through. And I think by 9 o'clock, Ed, that's when we're going to see a lot of that colder air start moving in.
Yeah.
But we have all these warnings out.
Yeah, this all fired up ahead of that cold front with the atmosphere that we've really juiced up with all the heat and all the humidity that came up here. I say all the humidity. I mean, we don't have dew points like summertime dew points, but we have incredibly high dew points for this time of year, the type of thing you wouldn't expect. This is what we're looking at right now, just to kind of reset everything for you. This is a tornado warning, Lake County, radar indicated. This covers, we've seen these cover a broad area because it's kind of all gone together into one sort of squall line that's moving to the east and can cause these spin-up tornadoes. The red area you're looking at that extends from Wheeling all the way to the north through North Chicago is the area we're concerned about, and severe thunderstorm warning is in the orange area. But as far as your tornado warning is concerned, with radar indicated rotation out there, this is what you're looking at. It'll be near, it's going through the North Chicago, Mundelein, Highland Park, Vernon Hills, Libertyville area, just about right now. Waukegan about 7:55 p.m. And again, this is radar indicated, and for now, this is what we have as far as tornado warning is concerned. Just this one that's on the map here. Everything else is under severe thunderstorm warning, and that can change, of course. There's also severe thunderstorm warnings out to the far west of us. But we have lines that are coming through here that we're waiting for, and you can see the area just to the east of Aurora. Now, that's going to come into the Chicago area. It may maintain its status as a severe thunderstorm. It may become something more. We'll have to watch that very carefully as it approaches our area because of the type of dynamics that have been associated with these lines of thunderstorms and what has become kind of a straight line situation with very powerful winds on the other side. We had a report from West Chicago of winds out there that were about 49 knots, so over 50 miles per hour out at the airport out in West Chicago. You can see that once this line comes through, on the other side of the line, you're going to have very strong winds that come through. And then as we get farther out and we go to the actual cold front coming through, which is still perched well north of us here, that comes through as we get towards 9, 10 o'clock in the evening, and that sends your temperatures plummeting. But the situation right now is that we have severe thunderstorms and one tornado warning. It's up here in Lake County, and it's tracking to the northeast. And we can't wait till it moves out over the lake. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Ed.
Well, we do want to share some more video and images. This is O'Hare right now, where as we've told you, there is a ground stop right now at both Midway and O'Hare as a result of all this lightning and the threat of tornado, the severe thunderstorms, all of the things we've been talking about here, the wind, the rain, the hail, all of it has really caused a lot of problems at Midway and O'Hare, so they've just called a ground stop. And we also have issues with Metra as well.
That's right. We are now hearing of at least 3 different train lines that are experiencing issues, stops because of this severe weather. That would be the Union Pacific West trains, the Union Pacific Northwest, and the BNSF lines. We were able to show you updates earlier straight from their website where they show them in real time. At some point in that timeline, first there were delays, but eventually it got to the point where they stopped those trains inbound and outbound because of the potential for tornadoes out there. There were tornado warnings in that area, and also because of potential debris on the tracks, including tree limbs. So even if it didn't get to the potential of there being a tornado, Mary Kay and Ed have been talking about strong winds that could be in the area. And so as a precaution, they have stopped those trains to be sure that everyone in that area remains safe.
Well, we do have one tornado warning right now, which is down from several earlier, and that's certainly good news because it does appear, Mary Kay, like we are sort of seeing this storm finally hit Lake Michigan. I'm curious, as we bring you back into the coverage, how long you think? I know the last time check we saw Chicago was about 8:16, I think, is expected arrival. How long before the back edge, the western edge of this is over Lake Michigan and we're out of the woods here?
I think things will improve for sure by 9 o'clock, but right now this is the last tornado warning, or the most recent one that we have, and it is in effect for Lake Forest, West Deerfield, Libertyville, Vernon Hills, Long Grove, all of these areas under this tornado warning. That is the warning we have right now, that that's in place. The only tornado warning, but severe thunderstorm warnings. We have multiple warnings along this entire squall line. So if you're in the far western suburbs, things are looking better for you, but that intensity is building closer to the city. So now we're seeing for DuPage, northern Will County, all of Cook County, and especially Lake County. That's where we're getting the hardest hit now with these warnings. So that tornado warning, there's just one, and it's for Lake County now, radar indicated right here, and that's in effect until 8:30 this evening. So we can take a closer look at this just so you can get an idea of what area exactly we are talking about in Lake County. Rotation along this line has been pretty quick to spin up and have that intensity. So from Lake Zurich, very heavy rain to Vernon Hills, West Deerfield, Lake Forest, and Libertyville. We can check too for hail, because I know last hour the hail was pretty impressive. We were getting photos from different viewers that were showing that golf ball sized hail and pea sized hail, but we're seeing from Mount Prospect to Wheeling, we do have reports of some pretty intense hail there. Also for Lake Zurich, and lightning is showing up with a lot of lightning with these storms. So unusual for February, right? But we are seeing lightning throughout this area that has the severe thunderstorm warning. So we're talking through northern Cook County, especially into Lake County, around Vernon Hills, around Libertyville. And as far as velocity goes for rotation, well, it looks like the greatest chance of that is getting a little closer to you in Lake Forest and West Deerfield. So if we zoom in here, you can see this area in orange is kind of depicting where we do have some high winds. That's going to be moving to Lake Forest, to Lake Bluff shortly here, crossing 94, because what's happening is it's all lining up ahead of that cold front, and you're getting these rotations and these intense winds right along that boundary as it tracks to the east. And so the intensity really kind of ramps up here as it gets closer to the lakefront. So for places like Lake Forest and Lake Bluff, you are going to see conditions deteriorate quickly, and you want to take cover in the lowest level of your home, just because this is a tornado warning that is moving through portions of Lake County now, and that rotation moving through Mundelein, pushing for the lakefront, can also clip the North Shore as well. So we will zoom this out so you can see this whole front as it tracks east. So it's really central Lake County around Vernon Hills where we're seeing that greatest rotation, and then you can see the tail end of this front with that intensity where we do have severe thunderstorm warnings also throughout Cook County with this storm as it leans for the lakefront. So even down into Westmont and Clarendon Hills and Hinsdale, those are spots too that are seeing this intensity. And I think this line is going to come racing through here as it moves eastward and northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So again, rotation is possible with these, so you want to take cover in the lowest level of your home. These are the storm tracks. So Jefferson Park shortly at 8:03, Evanston 8:07, still Chicago thinking about 8:15-ish. And Inglewood 8:19, and into Woodlawn. I do think it will hold together for you at 8:23, because this is all part of a very strong cold front that is going to change our weather from almost a early summer feel today to the core of winter for tomorrow, with snow showers and wind chills in the single digits in the morning. So that just gives you an idea of the intensity of the storm. But in the city, if you live in a high rise, you definitely want to move away from the windows. Go to the most interior part of your unit. And even better yet, if there's a stairwell you could go into for the intensity of the storms, because a lot of these severe thunderstorms suddenly had quick rotation with them. We're getting reports too of pea-sized hail now in Buffalo Grove, so that's also kind of playing a part in the intensity of this system. Let's also continue moving eastward to show you that a tornado watch is still in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. We have the one warning here for the edge of Lake County. That's starting to push over the lake on the northern part of that front, but the main line still has to move through the city now as it just closes in on Chicago. So for the next 15 minutes in the city, conditions will go downhill fast. And we have to be careful for any signs of rotation because Joe and Erica, you can just see the fast forward speed of this last line as it moves through before we get in on the colder side of this system.
All right. Thank you, Mary Kay. We are right at 8 o'clock here on CBS 2. We are bringing you first alert weather. We understand many of our viewers may be tuning in to watch FBI International, but in an effort to keep everyone in our viewing area safe and informed, we are bringing you first alert weather. We've had multiple tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and right now we continue to bring you that coverage as it does apply to many of our viewers here.
Yeah, we're almost on the other end of this. That's the good news. It's expected to hit the Chicago area about 8:15, Englewood about 8:20, 8:23, and then Woodlawn and south of there after that. So we should hopefully, fingers crossed, be on the other side of this thing, as Mary Kay said, certainly by 9, and if we're lucky, a little bit before then, because it is a fairly quick-moving storm. I think the last I heard from Mary Kay, moving at around 40 miles per hour. So we'll be on the other side of this thing soon, but until we do get everyone in a safe place and out of harm's way, we do want to share a little bit more video of one of the funnel clouds that was spotted. This was in Suburbs, about 100 miles west of Chicago. This is in Lee County, and you can see and hear the hail that's coming down in that area. And Mary Kay touched on something a little while ago that I was thinking about, Erica, where I thought it was a stupid question, is how are you supposed to see a tornado at night? But that's actually a good image you can see, and especially when it's lit up with the lightning, you can see some of the clouds off in the distance there that we're talking about. So yeah, and you can hear the person who shot this video saying, I'm not sure if it touched the ground. So there were not any reports for sure that it had touched the ground, and we don't have any reports of damage so far, but as you can see, and as we told you before this, there was a lot of intense hail in that area.
Yeah, and we were warned days ago. Mary Kay mentioned that this 6 to 9 p.m. time period was one where we could experience this type of weather, and as you mentioned, Joe, seeing it at night, it can be even more dangerous because you can't quite tell where those funnel clouds may hit. Well, new pictures into our newsroom. We've been showing you hail in various parts of the area. This is coming to us from DeKalb County. Lightning strikes lighting up the air, the sky. And also here we were seeing hail. A viewer there had a handful of it, probably more on the gumball size range. Some of it falling on the sidewalks there and the lawns in front of this home. Also the intense lightning. But we were warned about 2 to 3 inch hail. And yes, at different points in the evening, we did see to the west of us some hail in the range of about golf ball size. I want to hand it over to Ed Curran now. He's in the First Alert Weather Center. And Ed, what is the latest on the storms impacting, threatening our area?
Well, we're taking a look at these storms that really compressed into a squall line, which is currently moving through the far northern suburbs and about to head out over Lake Michigan. You take a look at our last tornado warning that we have on the screen for now, and it is radar indicated, and it's up to the north as you look up into Lake County here, and that's the system that we're worried about right here. The tornado is sitting up here. Libertyville, you're in the red here, Vernon Hills, Lake Forest, everybody, but this is not one particular spin up. This is along a squall line that can trigger off tornadoes. So we're watching this very carefully. Tornado warning until 8:30 p.m. for that area you're looking at there, as this continues to move to the east and move toward moving offshore. A severe thunderstorm warning in the orange area on the other side of that. Now, we're taking a look at that, but here's the system, and as you can see, if I stop this, you can see that the area moving off in Lake County here up to the north, that's one thing, but these areas to the south still need to move through. There's some very powerful winds that change as we move beyond the rain and into the lighter rain. There's some very strong winds along here that have to move through. Now, will these move through as severe thunderstorms and not spin up anything? That's what we're hoping. We're hoping that the storm that we have that's moving off, this part of the squall line that's moving offshore up near Evanston, north of there, will be the last of it. However, there's no guarantee that we won't spin something up here. After all, we do have a tornado watch that's up until 10 p.m. So this is still a very dynamic atmosphere that we have to watch very carefully as we continue into the evening here. But right now, the tornado warning we have on the screen, there is one, and it's Lake County. It's radar indicated. It's in place until 8:30 p.m. unless they see an indication earlier than that they're able to expire it earlier, which could be the case. Severe thunderstorm warning throughout the orange area you're looking at here as these storms, this squall line continues to move very quickly to the east. So that's what's going on in the immediate Chicago area. Meanwhile, out to the west of us, to show you that there's still potential out here, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's up in the Rockford area. So it's not to say that once all this moves through that we're totally out of the woods here. That's why we have to watch it very carefully, and that's why we're on with you at this time, Mary Kay.
Well, Ed, I'm noticing too, when you're showing those severe thunderstorm warnings, they all have that tornado possible tag because the atmosphere has been so volatile this afternoon. This driving cold front really kicking up the severe storms, and then they start rotating on the end. So as Ed mentioned, we have one tornado warning left in Lake County, Illinois. These are the towns in the line of it: Vernon Hills, Libertyville, even Mundelein. And even as you reach farther to Lake Forest, North Chicago, and Green Oaks, this is the line that we're watching. So it's a tornado warning until 8:30. So we still have about 24 minutes or so left of that. But then these severe thunderstorm warnings, you have to be watchful for a quick rotation. And that's what the meteorologists at the National Weather Service are evaluating to see if any of these cells are rotating, because they are the ones that issue these tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. We broadcast them to you, but we can evaluate them as well to agree with that rotation and really kind of see things amp up. That's why we work together to try and keep you safe. So we have all eyes on the radar tonight, especially as this last line starts moving into the city of the main edge of that front. So Chicago now really starting to get in on some of that heavy rain. I was curious too to see if we have any reports of hail as it closes in on the city. Sure, that tells you the intensity of that, making good reason for it to be a severe thunderstorm warning for the city as this line moves in. And I can imagine the lightning detection feature too, all lit up with these storms as they drive through Chicago in February. Just incredible to have this intensity move through the region. And yeah.
Take my computer here for a second, and you can see the hail line. I brought it up for you.
Okay.
And it's pretty intense across this entire line. If we can take computer 3.
There you go. Sure.
There you
oh,
go.
gosh.
It's just what you were talking about. It doesn't disappoint. I mean, the hail is smaller than it was earlier because it went into this line.
Yes.
And you tend to have lesser hail at that time. But quite a amazing display of hail that has yet to move through the city of Chicago.
Exactly.
So this has to come through as well.
And it's all part of that squall line. Like you said, everything kind of became linear and is driving through the North Shore now and then eventually into the city here within the next 10 minutes or so as the heavy, heavy rain tracks eastward. So we are starting to see that very heavy rain move into the heart of Cook County there. You showed it just moving from 88 to the Ike, that intensity, and all of it tracking eastward towards Chicago. So we have very heavy rain now from Franklin Park to Oak Park to Lincoln Square and Evanston and Niles, everything tracking eastward. Now, as far as rotation goes, the Weather Service really kind of focusing on Lake County for that, but we can still take a look here just to see if we see anything through Cook County. Right now, it looks like just high straight winds and also some very heavy rain, even looking to the north. It's looking like just heavier rain and intensity. So yes, makes sense. Under this tornado warning, this area here between Libertyville, Lake Forest, up to Zion, those are spots perhaps still showing those rotating intense thunderstorms on the velocity signature here. Down into Cook County, it's hail and intensity, maybe some damaging winds. That's when you could get into some straight line wind damage with some of these cells. But for now, the focus is on Lake County. That's our last spot that has this tornado warning that's in effect until 8:30. So it's Lake County Illinois. That is the focus for this. And Chicago itself now seeing some very intense rain moving in just on the west side, starting to close through now the North Shore as well. And this whole line extends down to the south into almost Will County. So Joliet getting that rain, but really the focus is on Cook County with this as it tracks to the east. And boy, what a strong cold front this is, because even with that one tornado warning, we still have a tornado watch until 10 o'clock, because any of these storms in Cook County do have the potential to do a quick spin up. That's why we are just holding with this tornado watch that's still in effect. And this whole line moves eastward. We're on the mild side of the system. We hit 74 today. Look what's coming tomorrow. Waterloo has snow. Minneapolis has snow. La Crosse almost has snow. And I have to show you this. It is a textbook picture. Right now we're falling. We're at 53. It's still 79 in St. Louis. These areas are just ahead of the boundary. It's 23 now in Des Moines, 20 Minneapolis, 3 above in Fargo. And when we look at our wind plot here, this is interesting too, because you can see those warm southerly winds pulling all that instability through Cook County. That's why we have all that action now in Cook County with the severe thunderstorm warnings. And the rotation that's in Lake County too, because you have this intrusion of really mild southerly winds. Then look at the wind arrows starting to come northwesterly through Rochelle and Rockford and DeKalb. That's indicating now the leading edge of that colder changeover, and that collision of those two air masses perhaps is right through Kane County and leading up closer to Lake County. And right where you get that all together is where we're seeing that rotation. I also want to mention soon at 9 o'clock, kicks in a wind advisory for that northwesterly wind changeover. We're seeing it in DeKalb. We're seeing it in McHenry. Everybody will see it after 9 o'clock. That's why we're expecting a lot of these storms to hopefully weaken, but we will have strong winds out of the northwest to 45. That means when you get started tomorrow morning, the wind chill values will be in the single digits, and all day long, the feels like temperature will be in the teens. So we do have this tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. The tornado warning for Lake County until 8:30. We're just taking a live look over the city.
The tornado warning for Lake County has just been canceled.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. So maybe we're starting to see some of that wind shift and that northwesterly winds start pulling in more stable air, and that would be a good thing. But the winds are not going to relax tonight, Ed. They just change from super warm and unstable like we've had all day to just brutally cold. When you wake up tomorrow, we're back to a January feel. We've gone from June today to January tomorrow, and that brutally cold air could actually have some snow showers in as we get into the morning. So still holding this tornado watch that's in effect, but the warning, as you mentioned, is now over. So we don't have any active tornado warnings, and it's just these severe thunderstorm warnings left over with this main line. So it's going to be pushing through as we go through the overnight.
Pushing through, and unfortunately, what we see so far is that it's moved out over the lake. We still do have the squall line to watch, and we will continue to watch that. It will continue coverage certainly on the stream.
Mary Kate, before we let you go, maybe you can time out the Chicago arrival, because the last time I saw it was due in here about 8:15, 8:16.
Well, I don't think we can do a timing on it because it's just about here. Let's zoom in instead, because we can see now the Kennedy, the Ike, and the Stevenson. Yeah, it's all filling in. It's all in Lincoln Square and Lawndale, and almost to Midway too, but that intensity is driving along the Ike very close to the city. So that hail line, that also tells us a good story as far as where this is all moving in. And we see this hail line moving through Melrose Park. Here's a live look at O'Hare as well, where there's a ground stoppage. This purple line indicating where we do have that very intense hail. So Lincoln Square is a place that's seeing that great intensity. So yes, it is closing in on the city, almost the heart of the loop, but not quite yet. A couple minutes yet, but we are seeing it on the west side and also to the northwest side. LaGrange, you're getting some hail as well as Melrose Park. So we do have that intensity moving in. I'll flip to the radar. You can see now in Cicero, Midway too, intensifying.
Midway, where they earlier had been sneaking some flights out, even though they had called for a stoppage.
Exactly.
However, that's not the case now.
No, and we're going to see this intensity move in. And okay, let's take a look at Midway, because that's another place where we have a ground stoppage, but the line itself is just starting to move in there. So we still have that damaging wind threat with this squall line. So I think this really has taken more of a linear shape as far as individual rotating cells. Now we're seeing this come through like a true squall line, and it could still have a damaging wind threat with it for the city as it moves through. The history of this storm pushing winds 40 to 50 miles per hour easily, but higher gusts 60 to 70 are certainly possible. And now we're seeing that main line move in. Okay, we have a new warning. Can you pull me full just so I can see what this is? Looks like a severe thunderstorm warning, I think, and that will come through. Yes.
Severe thunderstorm warning for the south portion of Chicago. It was the south portion of Cook County, but the one to the north has been dropped, as you can see.
Yes. Okay, so now we're focusing here in southern Cook County because of the bottom of this squall line starting to move in. So now we're talking, places like, let me get out of this. Okay, Woodlawn and Beverly and Inglewood and Worth and Orland Park and Blue Island. Now is your turn, because this end of the squall line still has to track eastward, bringing that damaging wind threat.
Yeah, and it extends from South Lawndale to near Mokina, moving east at 25 miles per hour. And you may say, well, there's no tornado warning there. You have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with half-dollar size hail. So you can have hail damage to vehicles and wind damage to roofs and siding and trees. Locations impacted include many of the areas you just talked about, Mary Kay. Cicero, Orland Park, Tinley Park, Oak Lawn, South Shore, Chicago Loop, South Lawndale, Midway Airport. This whole area about to be slammed as this comes through. And the tornado watch is in effect till 10 p.m. because along a squall line this strong, you never know what you'll spin up.
What's the forward speed on that?
And this thing is moving, well, we have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. It's moving east at 25 miles per hour.
Okay, let's put a time on that then so everybody can get an idea. So Midway, that's why we have the ground stoppage. It's 8:16 now, and 8:18 it's expected to be right over Midway. Chicago 8:25, especially on the south side. And then as we get into Inglewood, 8:31, Woodlawn 8:37, as Ed mentioned, damaging winds, hail, a big threat with this squall line. Then Riverdale at 8:40, and then the east side at 8:46. Whiting, your turn, coming shortly after that. This tail end, I think, is going to make the trip around the rim of the lake and kind of clip you in Whiting, probably in Hyde Park, and maybe all the way to Gary as well. But these are the latest times. Even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning, I would still suggest to stay away from windows and go to the lowest portion of your home. If there's a basement, especially if when you go downstairs, if there's a stairwell, that's a great place to take cover and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you're in a high rise, just move away from windows. An interior bathroom is ideal, or even the hallway or the stairwell within your building is a good place to go as well if you live in a high rise or a mid rise. Now, this means that this severe thunderstorm is going to be moving through your town at this time. So Riverdale at about 8:40, and then into Whiting at 8:53. So we are not done yet with this line as it all tracks east, but it's really from Chicago to Orland Park. Right here is that brand new warning. So through Marquette Park, that's a place too. Being hit now with this very intense rain. And as far as hail goes with this, I was curious to see on the tail end of this. Yes, we still have reports of that hail. So around Orland Park, we are getting reports of hail. And this is interesting too, as we get on the Ike, oh yeah, up to the North Shore. Look at that intensity now, just along the Eisenhower, the Kennedy, all the way up to the North Shore here. This purple area indicates where we could have some severe hail moving through. That gives us an idea of the intensity of it. Let's try to look at Wrigley. You can't, well, it went to a break, but you can't really see even the classic Wrigley sign because the rain is so heavy, and you may have some hail out there as well. So the intensity of that rain now is closing in on the main parts of the city. This is a severe thunderstorm warning down to the south. We're not done yet, Joe and Erica, but we're getting there.
Yes.
All right.
Close. Thanks, Mary Kay.
Well, our Jermont Terry, he has been out in the mobile weather lab tracking a lot of the severe weather. It's taken him to Sugar Grove at Waubonsee Community College there.
So, Jermont, tell us a little bit about the conditions there.
Well, right now, Joe and Erica, we are inside the vehicle only because it is still lightning and unsafe for us to be outside. But we want you to take our weather lab view. If you look to the left or the front of our view, you can see that they have several trees that are down. To my far left, you can see that there's one large evergreen down. As we continue to drive down what is the road, there's yet another one. My photojournalist, Mark, is moving towards the right because it's blocking the roads. If we slow down a little bit, when we pulled on scene, there was also a vehicle. We're going to try to go back, going straight a little bit and veer towards the left, Mark, where we just saw that tree on top of a vehicle. Now, there are reports of several trees that were down and also on many of the cars. When we arrived on scene about maybe 10 minutes ago, we saw one woman, she had a red Toyota. It was a large tree on top of her vehicle. I talked to police. They told me that she was not in the vehicle. Now, if you look at our weather lab camera from the front, that large limb that you see right on the right of the stop sign, this is where the woman's car was. We're going to stop right here. This limb fell directly on top of a woman's car. We have some video. We hope to share that with you momentarily, but because it is still lightning here in the Sugar Grove area, I'm unable to stand outside and show you the more damage because we have to also take safety into precaution here, into consideration. But again, we have you can see that there are several tree limbs that have come down here on the community college campus. Keep in mind that this was likely filled with many vehicles because students were inside. It's unclear at this point if people had to shelter in place when these pop-up tornado warnings came into effect, but you can see the parking lot here at Wabanzi College. This vantage point right here gives you an idea of just what people came out to when those strong winds came through here in Sugar Grove, causing limbs and heavy branches to fall down onto vehicles and also uproot evergreens that we just showed you. We're going to try to wait for the lightning to stop, get out, try to talk to some people, but that's the very latest that I have for you right now in Sugar Grove.
Jermont, thank you for that.
Well, we do want to get a little bit more on the situation out there right now from Amy Johnson, the Kane County Under Sheriff. This is right where Jermont is at Wabanzi Community College. Sugar Grove just a little bit west of Aurora. So, Amy, if you're with us now, what can you tell us to at least augment some of what we're seeing now from Jermont out there?
Pretty much the same thing that he's been saying. Also, our deputies are extremely busy, as you can imagine. Obviously, just different areas, especially hit also too. I can preface Nelson Lake Road and Main Street too. We have trees uprooted, and we also have accidents. Luckily, we don't have any reported injuries. We, of course, have damage, but again, nothing substantial. I know at morning we'll have significant amounts of damages coming in, but as of right now, I have nothing significant to tell, which I'm not sure if that's good or bad, but again, the calls that are coming in are, serene amounts that we can see as of right now.
And Amy, in terms of the response, are you working with any outside agencies? I know you said that you'll probably get more as the night and into the morning goes on, but is there any sort of coordination to make sure that all the people that are calling in are getting the help that they need?
Absolutely. We have great references, and we always work wonderful with all of the outlying jurisdictions. We work wonderful with our Office of Emergency Management, King County OEM. So as of right now, it looks like in the morning hours, we're probably going to do a walkthrough to assess the most heaviest hit areas where we potentially had those touchdowns and assess those areas with our drone units to see the most heaviest hit.
So I'm going to take it as good news, Amy, that you're not hearing reports because, as you said, short of being able to see better at daybreak or daylight, the only other eyes on the ground you have are from people who are impacted by this. If they have a tree go down or if something else happens, they have damage to their house or a roof comes off or something like that. And at this point, you say you haven't heard anything quite like that.
This is absolutely correct. We've had everybody come in from different shifts too. We have mandations coming in also, and as of right now, it's been slow and steady, which again for us means a good thing coming in.
I know, Amy, you mentioned that drone will be very helpful in the morning, but based off of where you've had the call so far, is there a certain part of Kane County where you are seeing a substantial amount of those calls coming in? Thankfully, some of them being minor, but is there any part of your geographic area where you're saying, yes, I know that there is some sort of indication that the storms were definitely hitting here strong?
As we had mentioned also about the community college, we could see those uprooted trees coming in. I would imagine that we're going to see a substantial amount of weather damage siding, some other roof lines damaged, and so that's going to be that Sugar Grove, west side of Aurora area. I know Hinckley, even though that's not in our area, Kendall County-wise, will probably get hit also within that southern portion of Kane County and Kendall.
All right, Amy Johnson, thank you very much. Uprooted trees we can deal with. Damaged homes and injuries. That's what we don't want to see, and we haven't at least this point in Kane County. That's Kane County Undersheriff Amy Johnson. Amy, thank you again for the time and the updates. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Now we want to go back.
So much.
Thank you, Amy. We want to go back to a shot of Midway. We've been talking to you throughout the evening about how O'Hare and Midway have had ground stops because of these tornado warnings. And Ed brought up an interesting point earlier that while there was a ground stop, it seemed that some planes were making the effort to take off. This view just shows you that the storms are still hitting that area. While there may not be an active tornado warning in effect there, there's definitely rain. The rain coming down sideways seems to indicate that there are quite strong winds out there, and some cloud cover, it looks like, from this hazy view of the Midway Airport there.
And the hail still an issue as well, no question about that. All right, we're going to step aside on broadcast here and get back to our FBI programming. In the meantime, we will continue our coverage on the stream, CBS Chicago, and we will see you then, and certainly have the latest coming up tonight on the CBS 2 News at 10.
From the CBS 2 First Alert Weather Team, this is a special weather alert.
Thank you for joining us here on the CBS News Chicago stream. We are continuing our first alert weather coverage of the storms that have been moving in all throughout the evening. That first tornado watch, from what I remember, Mary Kay reporting around 4 p.m. And now we're still dealing with some of the aftermath from that, both in thunderstorms and now assessing the damage.
Well, the good news is it appears the worst of it and the most threatening of it has passed to the east of us. We do still have a line of that storm that's producing a lot of hail and strong thunderstorms to the south of Chicago. I know that the severe thunderstorm warning that we had been keeping an eye on was just south in areas of Inglewood and Woodlawn and south of Chicago. So we're waiting for the tail end of this to finally get out of the way and over Lake Michigan.
Right, and it's something that meteorologist Mary Kay Kleist and Ed Kern have been keeping a close eye on, because they mentioned that even though we're in thunderstorms, there's still the potential for some sort of rotation and the possibility of tornadoes. So that's why we're doing our best to keep you informed and safe. So now we want to send it over to Ed in the First Alert Weather Center.
Yeah, this has all become kind of a squall line that's moving to the east, and along squall lines like that, you can spin up brief tornadoes. So anytime you have severe thunderstorms and you have a squall line, you have the possibility of that. So we're being very careful watching the last of this line move through. And we still do have a tornado watch that's in place, scheduled to be in place until 10 p.m. Everything else as far as tornado warnings has expired at this time, but we still do have the severe thunderstorm warning until 9 p.m. For Cook County, southern Cook County. It says radar indicated, just meaning that we have powerful thunderstorms coming through as a line, and that you could spin up a tornado along this line. This line includes the areas you're looking at here, the south side and down to Orland Park and beyond. And if I turn on the radar, you can see how much of the area is affected by this. The main part of the squall line is moved offshore at Evanston, but extends down right through the north side of Chicago and through some of our near western suburban areas and down to Orland Park and all the way down to Frankfort. If we take a closer look, you can see who's involved. Lincoln Square, just saw it go through. It's in the heart of Chicago. You can see the Kennedy Junction and that area up to the north. It just moved through there. It obviously earlier moved through the O'Hare area. Cicero is being hit by some very strong storm activity at that location. So is Midway Airport, as we just showed you video of Midway. And down into the Worth area, you have some strong storms. The good news is that as this comes through and changed to more of a squall line, it became more of a situation in which we were looking at smaller hail out there. We have had hail out here, but the hail has not amounted to a lot as far as size is concerned after the initial hail went through the area. Let me back off on this so we can show you what we're dealing with. This hail that has come through is currently coming through the Orland Park area and to north all the way to Midway Airport, is generally smaller in size. We're looking at hail of 0.4 inches here, pretty much the same to the north, about a third of an inch hail there, and 0.4. Earlier, when these storms were out to the west, we received ground reports and photographs of hail that was 2 inches or more that fell, and that can cause damage. And I think once we get to the light of day, you'll be seeing damage from the hail that moved through these areas that can cause damage to roofs and to cars and to siding and to windows of houses as well, with the strong winds we've had out here. And the winds are something we'll be keeping an eye on as we go through the nighttime hours and bring this cold front through. Now, that probably won't come through until closer to 10 o'clock for the city itself, but accompanying that will be some very strong winds, and we've seen some strong winds already around the Chicago area. Temperatures starting to indicate a little bit of a decrease in temperatures to the north. You can see Sterling at 50 degrees and Rockford at 59, while Rensselaer still has 63. That's certainly not the whole story. This is the whole story, folks. 64 at Indy, 79 at St. Louis, 23 at Des Moines, 53 in Chicago. So there's your cold front. I don't think you need a meteorological textbook to tell where this is at. And it's headed toward us, and behind it, a shockingly frigid drop in temperatures. And Mary Kay, we're going to have to watch this with all the rain that's come through here. You might have some flash freezing situations where we build up some quick ice on the roads and make a busy morning for Chris Habermill in the traffic department tomorrow morning.
Isn't that crazy? Here, the two of us are talking about tornado warnings and 74 degrees today. And tomorrow, Laura Bannon and Chris Habermill will be talking about a slick winter commute with snow showers and brutal wind chills. Let's go over the latest warnings. We have one warning left. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for the southern half of Cook County right now. You can see a lot of that bad weather from Lake County is thankfully over the lake, but we are still dealing with intensity. In fact, we just had a storm report from the United Center, pea-sized hail there. I guess the interesting news is when the storm first formed along the I-39 corridor, we had large hail. Then as it got closer and turned into more of a squall line, we're getting multiple reports of pea-sized hail, but still those driving winds with this intense rain as it moves closer to the lakefront. Everything is continuing to track to the east at about 40 miles per hour. So I think you'll get clipped there around the rim of the lake heading into Whiting here. But right now from Chicago to Inglewood, that is the intensity that we are seeing. Severe storms extend to the south. They are moving toward you in Calumet City too. You can see light rain for now, but that intensity is just back to the west of you, and that's going to continue moving in to northwest Indiana. So now we're going to talk about Lake County, Indiana shortly as the tail end of this front moves into the picture. Still a lot of lightning out there though with these storms, so unusual for February, right? But we are having lightning around Orland Park, Marquette Park, and it's also going to Park Forest and moving toward Whiting and moving toward the rim of the lake. Hyde Park getting soaked right now. Soon, Gary, you will be in on this as well. And as far as hail goes, as I mentioned, we are still getting reports of it around Orland Park, even Marquette Park, still getting reports of that hail. So that just is telling us this severe thunderstorm warning is justified because we have this intense wind, rain, and hail moving through southern Cook County. It could clip northwest Indiana as well as far as Lake County goes. But we still have this tornado watch in effect because that's until 10 o'clock. And it's just because of the intensity with these storms. Even though it started driving through like a squall line, there were quick spin-ups on the tail end of it, creating multiple tornado warnings. Thankfully, we don't have any tornado warnings right now, just that severe thunderstorm warning with this last batch right here on the last radar update, the southern half of Cook County. That is the focus. I want to zoom this out to show you what's happening in La Crosse, in northern Iowa. It's all turning to snow, almost getting closer to the Quad Cities as that colder air starts to move in. This is our weather for tomorrow, cold and blustery with snow. And as Ed mentioned, it's an incredible sight to have 79 in St. Louis and 29 in Kansas City. It's just like almost like a gate right here through the Quad Cities. Temperatures are falling fast there. We're down to 3 in Fargo. It's 20 in Minneapolis, and we have 53 here in Chicago. What I'm noticing, too, I was looking at our wind plots. Interesting. Southerly winds are gusty in Kankakee and Joliet, 31 miles per hour there, 37 mile per hour winds at Midway, straight out of the south. But then you notice what's taking place here. So just now, as we get into Kendall and Grundy counties, you see the winds shift. We're starting to pull a northwesterly wind component across Rochelle and Rockford and DeKalb and McHenry. That's the intrusion of that colder air, but thankfully it's more stable air. However, the winds are going to stay up. They're just going to change direction. So instead of these mild, unseasonably warm winds, we're going to have these intense, blustery, wintry-like winds moving in. So that's why shortly at 9 o'clock, a wind advisory goes in effect for all of northeast Illinois, and that's for winds to gust to 45 miles per hour. The change is that they're the cold winds out of the northwest at 20 to 30 sustained, gusting to 45. So those are some high winds that will be with us. Let's take a look at Futurecast because I want to show you the transition of our precipitation. Well, here's midnight. Gone are the storms, long gone. And here comes the cold rain changing over to snow. So we're going to have snow. Here's 3 a.m. Everything's starting to switch over for the early parts of the rush hour. If you have that early morning commute between 5 and 6, we're going to have snow showers right at the lakefront. Also some blustery conditions too for Lake County, DuPage County. That cold rain in northwest Indiana is going to be changing over in Valparaiso. Pink shows a mix. That could be like sleet mixed with snow and driving winds. Here's 6 a.m. Quite a commute. It may be slow in spots. Ed made a good point too with the wet pavement, and then you get this a dramatic drop in temperature. You can have that flash freezing on area roadways. So on elevated surfaces, it could be pretty slick out there. Now at noontime, we bring out the sun in the western suburbs. Clouds depart the city and everybody clears out in the afternoon. However, here's the problem. As I mentioned, snow showers in the morning and brutally cold winds. So if you have a commute in the morning, let's plan for this. 1 below for a feels like temperature when you factor in that northwest wind in McHenry. 0 for what it feels like in DeKalb. Pretty incredible because we had a high today of 74 degrees and it's going to feel like 11 in the city. Well, what happens in the afternoon? Boy, we get the teens. It's going to feel like the teens area-wide, even northwest Indiana all day long. We're forecasting 29 for the high, and it'll never feel like that because winds will be so strong out of the northwest, tapping that colder air mass and just dragging it into Chicago, feeling like 15 in Aurora, 13 in Waukegan. So we still have the tornado watch in effect until 10. Hopefully, Ed, though, we could get a little bit of a breather soon because we're watching that last portion of intensity leave southern Cook County. That's our only warning, and it's a severe thunderstorm warning. Gone are the tornado warnings, so that's good news. But we still have this last severe thunderstorm warning for Cook County. We still could see winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, so we got to watch that. And as I mentioned, reports of hail at the United Center. So everything's moving through the city and southern Cook County. It'll clip you in northwest Indiana, and hope we can say goodnight and goodbye to that.
Yeah, and most of the hail we've been seeing is since this has diminished into more of a squall line. It's still a dangerous situation, but a lot of the hail we've seen has been pea-sized hail. Those are the reports I've received from the northern suburbs as this stuff comes through. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning Mary Kay just told you about. It has been changed changed a little bit. You see they've whittled away part of the northwestern portion of it, so it's changed just a little bit, but still a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 9 o'clock for southern Cook County, and that includes all the areas that you can see there. We have the line of storms that's made good progress moving to the east here, moving into South Holland. You're about to see the worst of the storm move through the Chatham area. You're seeing some pretty heavy activity at this time, but this stuff will soon move to the east and be just a memory for Illinois. But as Mary Kay said, will move in the northwest Indiana and will grace you with some storms that could be severe. We'll see if this holds together as a severe line as it moves into northwest Indiana. Right now, you can see from the heart of Chicago, where we are, downtown here, some of the heaviest rain going on down into Bronzeville and Englewood and Beverly and Blue Island. All of you are seeing very, very strong storms at this time with heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, and some pea-sized hail. All the way down to Tinley Park and a little bit beyond Tinley Park, you can see that moving through. So this very powerful line that gave us quite a few tornado reports, both radar indicated and confirmed reports on the ground, continues to move off to the east, and it, as far as severe weather is concerned, did not disappoint. It really did live up to what we expected we'd see out of this, as it kept ramping up and the risk factors kept ramping up as we went later in the day. 50 degrees in Sterling, 64 in Gary. So the colder air is moving in already. The cold front will move in and take our temperatures from the current 54 degrees down to a high tomorrow of barely 30 degrees. Your normal high should be around 40 degrees, and today we saw over 70 degrees. So, you know, hey, it's February, and this has certainly been unusual, and certainly some violent weather associated with that kind of rapid change in temperatures. Your 7-day forecast, it gives you a high barely 30 degrees tomorrow, about 29 degrees. A little snow could be left early tomorrow. We will get a little snow overnight. Shouldn't amount to much of anything, but it'd be very windy around here. Thursday, you got sunshine at 44 degrees, mostly sunny on Friday and 50. Let's keep going up from there. Saturday, 65 and sunshine, and Sunday, 70 with partly cloudy skies. Rain showers Monday and Tuesday, but temperatures hang in there. Again, it's all relative. You got to look at this and realize your temperature over the next 7 days, your normal temperature would be about 40, 41 degrees, and we're looking by Sunday at another 70 let's eat outdoors degree.
That sounds nice, right? I just saw a storm report, Ed, of pea-sized hail at the John Hancock Center, telling us that that heavy rain is moving through Cook County. Also, too, of course, it takes a day or two to confirm any tornadoes because, first of all, you need daylight. Second of all, you need the meteorologists from the National Weather Service to go out on a site survey, and they go to the spots that have had reports of tornado damage. Now, as far as how many warnings and reports we've had this evening, I've counted about 8 of them here in a string. It's interesting to note the path of them too, and it'll be interesting to see how many, like, is this one tornado that is skipping through, say, Kane County, or are they individual ones? And it really depends on that damage survey. So we stay in touch with the National Weather Service for the next couple of days when they go out and really kind of evaluate the damage. But of course, they need daylight and they need time, and they have to go out there and take a look around at the damage and the intensity that they find. But multiple warnings were out tonight. We have one warning left. It's not a tornado warning, thankfully. It's a severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock for Cook County, but it is the southern half of Cook County. We could see those winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, and we also could see that intense hail Hail, in fact, could be up to an inch with this last line of thunderstorm activity. So I want to take away all the warnings so you can see how quiet, finally, the radar really is, with the exception of this spot here. So let's look at it, because that's our spot where we are seeing the intense weather move through southern Cook County, and it will be moving for you in northwest Indiana. The question is, will it hold together enough to be severe? Well, right now we're seeing that very heavy rain moving into Englewood and Harvey and Whiting now. Oh, your weather is going downhill, and a lot of lightning has been the case even on this late February day. It is still with us in intensity. So southern Cook County now is the place to have this lightning. So when we see these new bolts and they're bigger and they're yellow, well, that's indicating where we have the most recent lightning strikes. And then we have lightning now on the south side of the city and over the lake, of course, with that edge of the system. But when we look at the velocity signature on radar, thankfully we're not seeing any of those tight rotating cells at this time. But we are seeing the high winds. Also, the hail could be associated with this. Let's check that out. Yes, we're still seeing hail, and right now it's just moving into Harvey. So there's this area that really had some intensity with the cell in the last few minutes to have that hail move through. So reports of hail coming in probably from Blue Island to Oak Forest and then down to the south as well. So we're still seeing Tinley Park. This weather is all moving into Country Club Hills, to Harvey itself, and into Homewood. So our southern suburbs are going to be getting in on the possibility of some hail, and add to that lightning as well. So lightning and hail and that damaging wind threat. That's the reason for the severe thunderstorm warning. You could have those winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. So the cluster of thunderstorm activity is most intense around Oak Forest, around Blue Island, but it is moving eastward. So Dalton and Harvey and Homewood, those are spots where we're going to see that rain really intensify for you. And this severe thunderstorm has a forward speed of about 40 miles per hour. So we'll put a time on this as it crosses the state line, because some of it will be going into northwest Indiana, and that's going to be bringing you severe weather chances as well. So the Pullman neighborhood, that's a spot too that is seeing that intense rain move in. You probably have a ton of lightning out the window too, but it's moving east and it's going to be clipping into northwest Indiana here shortly. And it looks like we'll be moving through Harvey and then South Holland, Calumet City as well, and then heading into East Chicago and Hammond, and then eventually into Gary. It looks like Gary, you'll see this heavier rain moving through around 9:30. Now, will it still be severe at that time? It's hard to say, because this front now lost a lot of its energy over the lake, but the southern part of Cook County still has the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. So if you're in these towns listed here or any surrounding neighborhoods, you may be dealing with that intensity before we say goodbye to this squall line that's been moving through all through the evening hours. So the winds are still up there. We could see those winds gusting to 60 miles per hour with the most intense cells as this moves east. But the lightning really is kind of clustered around this center here, just to the southwest of Pullman and near Harvey too. So if we look a little bit tighter, Blue Island, that's a spot seeing this. Chatham, Pullman, and Dalton and Burnham, those are going to be the areas to have the most intensity as this rain lifts through. Then we're going to get on the colder side of the system. So we still have this tornado watch out until 10 o'clock tonight. I'll be interested to see what happens after 9, because this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect till 9, and when they let that expire and it runs over the lake, the question is, will the tail end of it spark a warning for Lake County, or will the whole thing blow over the lake and then they can start to relax some of the tornado watch? But for right now, we still have a tornado watch until 10 o'clock, and I want to give you the bigger picture. You can see that severe weather over the lake almost has that hook signature to it, showing maybe a little bit of a low pressure center is developing. That's moving to southwest lower Michigan, so they have a severe thunderstorm watch now that has just been issued. But on the back side of this, you're dealing with snow and cold heading into Iowa, also La Crosse. Boy, mix there. And the tail end of this is going to be changing the weather as we get into the Quad Cities over the next couple of hours. So our temperatures right now are still mild, considering our normal daytime high is 40. We hit 74 degrees for our high today. Tomorrow it's going to be be brutally colder. And I've been watching the dew point temperature still in the upper 50s. And oh boy, Gary has a dew point temperature of 64, telling us it's still a little unstable. So that'll be interesting to see when that cluster of storms in Cook County crosses the state line, if it would interact with this moisture and kind of spark more severe weather. But what I am noticing, some 40-degree dew point temperatures finally moving into DeKalb. But that cold air, wow, it's 23 in Des Moines, 20 Minneapolis, we're at 54, and boy, St. Louis, 79. And when we look at our wind plot, we have southerly winds keeping it mild at Midway. But Ed, I see that intrusion of that colder air coming as we go through the overnight hours. A big change for the morning, right?
Yeah, I mean, you want to warm up, head to St. Louis, but by the time you get there,
yeah,
like 8 degrees. It's going to turn much colder. Tomorrow's high is barely going to reach 30 degrees in Chicago, probably about 29 degrees. Today we were in the 70s. I think that's the first time we've had dual 70s in February in Chicago. I mean, that's incredible, really, what we've seen recently. What we've seen all winter long, meteorological winter is wrapping up, and what we've seen all winter long is about the warmest that you can remember, of course. And we have the situation in which we still hold on to a severe thunderstorm warning down to the south of Cook County. Southern Cook County is still in this warned area for severe thunderstorms. Some very powerful storms coming through here. And, you know, it's dangerous, high winds, large hail in some cases, though much of the hail we've seen recently has been more pea-sized hail than the larger hail that we saw earlier this evening. Areas start on the south side of Chicago. You see just south of Stevenson is where the storms have not moved offshore. So just south of the Stevenson Expressway and DuSable Lakeshore Drive. So Englewood, Blue Island, East Hazel Crest, you're all in it. And actually, if we get in tight, you can see Blue Island and Harvey. You're getting hit with some very, very strong weather right now. The Pullman area is right under some very intense rainfall and strong winds, and down to the south, Harvey, the Dolton area, Homewood, you're all being hit hard, especially Harvey. You're under some very intense conditions at this time. This is all moving to the east. The very end of it, the very south end of it, will move through northern Lake County and Porter County and move off to LaPorte County, and they are now the recipients of this very powerful system that moves through. On the other side of the system, we have very cold air that moves in, as Mary Kay's been telling you. This very cold air drops our temperatures very quickly, and the concern is, with all this water laying around, will we see flash freezing? Now, on the positive side, Mother Nature takes care of us with some of this, because these storms bring with them some very powerful winds that help dry things off by the time the temperatures drop. But these temperatures are dropping so rapidly that you could have flash freezing while you still have moisture around, and you can go out, walk out your door tomorrow or get in the car and find that you have freezing conditions and you have some pretty slick areas. So we'll have to watch for that certainly in the morning, and we will on the morning show starting at 4:30 a.m. Laura Bannon will be watching the weather for you, and Chris Habermill will be watching the roads for you and keeping you in touch with what's gone on. Mary Kay showed you how the dew points have dropped. The temperatures also showing a drop here as we approach the top of the hour. We have 50 degrees out at Sterling, 56 at Rochelle, 57 at DeKalb, and then as you work your way east, 63 at South Bend as the system's still approaching there. But it's dragging in the cold air behind it, and probably the most graphic example of that is this look at Midwestern weather that shows you we have 54 in Chicago, we have 79 at St. Louis, and we have 23 at Des Moines and 3 at Fargo, 20 at Minneapolis. So a shocking change to our February weather, but it won't last forever. We actually bring back some warm temperatures and bring them back quite quickly. Tomorrow, a bitter cold day with 29 degrees and windy conditions and some snowflakes in the air in the morning and maybe some slick areas because of the sudden freezing. Thursday, sunny skies 44, and Friday, mostly sunny and 50. Saturday, 65 degrees, and Sunday hits 70 degrees at a time of year when you ought to be in the low 40s. And then Monday and Tuesday, temperatures hang in there, and we have rain shower chances on both days. So what we currently have now, until 9 p.m. anyway, is a severe thunderstorm warning that remains for southern Cook County, and we'll see if they carry that over to Lake County, Mary Kay.
Right. I'm not noticing a change in intensity on the southern part of that line. It's what's happening over Lake Michigan, which really is not our concern, but that's going to create some rough weather for southwest lower Michigan. So right now, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning, southern Cook County, as Ed mentioned, but as he also mentioned, peeling away some of the edge of this. Now most of it leaning toward the state line, and especially there, that last radar update kind of pushing some of it over the lake. So we almost are done with these severe storms as they moved through all through the evening hours. So intense with some of that line as it tracked eastward. But now we're going to watch northwest Indiana, so around the rim of the lake. That's what we're looking for. Let's see, we'll be assessing. Okay, so the Weather Service is looking at this particular cell to see if they want to extend that warning into northwest Indiana. But it is moving to the east-northeast at about, I think it's 40 miles per hour still.
I think part of the concern, Mary Kay, is that they see severe level hail, which would be 1 inch or bigger in some places of that storm. So it's not throughout the whole storm, but some areas have very heavy hail, very large hail.
This is exactly what Ed is talking about. So Harvey, my goodness, if you live in Harvey, you probably have been dealing with hail in the last few minutes, and this all is pushing toward you in Burnham and crossing the state line, maybe into Hammond with that intensity. So the intensity really with the hail is from Harvey to Homewood, and some of that hail could be severe. So that is the reasoning that we do have this warning in effect. And also lightning, I think, has been such an issue for us, and we're still seeing a lot of that from Pullman to Whiting to Burnham, leaning into East Chicago and Hammond as well. But as far as rotation goes, thankfully, we're not seeing a lot of that. We're just seeing the stronger winds with this system as it moves from Illinois into northwest Indiana. So once it moves through, that warning for southern Cook County in effect until 9 o'clock, just 5 more minutes. And then the weather moving over the lake. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this. It's like its own little meso-low dealing right over Lake Michigan. It's kind of forming there. That's going to shoot to southwest lower Michigan. They already have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect because of this intensity really ramping up over the lake, but it's moving away from Chicago. And what's moving in is cold weather. We're starting to see that changeover in La Crosse, and eventually it's going to turn to be windy and blustery and colder for us here in Chicago. Right now, though, in the Loop, we're still super mild, 66 degrees. We see some 50s to the west of us, 53 in Aurora, 57 in DeKalb, but dew point temperatures dropping into the 40s now from Sterling to Rochelle, DeKalb, McHenry, Rockford. That's good news because that could be the leading edge of some more stable air, but it's going to be colder air. 20 in Des Moines, 16 in Omaha, it's 2 in Fargo, but it's 77 in St. Louis. Soon this cold front will be coming through, and we will see our wind shift. We still have a strong southerly wind through southern Cook County where that warning is, through Kankakee, but the backside of this, now these arrows coming from the northwest indicating where those stronger winds are. So in 3 minutes, we have a wind advisory that's in effect all night till 6 a.m., but it's a northwest wind. It's a different wind flow. It's a cold wind flow. Sustained winds 20 to 30, but gusting to 45, pulling that incredibly cold air in. So let's look after midnight. What happens on Futurecast? Any cold rain quickly changes over, areas in pink is a mix, to snow showers. So as we get into the 3 to 6 o'clock time frame, we're going to be dealing with blustery, snowy conditions. into the city, and then a colder day. So when you wake up in the morning, it's gonna feel like the single digits, 4 in Waukegan, and then all day long feeling like the teens. So we have some brutally colder changes coming, severe weather alerts. Well, we have the tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock. They may peel it back a little early, but just know tomorrow is going right back to winter, but at least we rebound nicely for the upcoming weekend. Keep it here on CBS News Chicago for the latest on this dramatic change in our weather.
From the CBS 2 First Alert Weather Team, this is a special weather alert.
Charges in the murder of a security guard at a Family Dollar store. We're learning new details about the alleged gunman and how police tracked him down. CBS 2's Sade Gray reports that police say the victim used to work with the accused killer.
Police say 36-year-old Roderick O'Neill is the suspect in the West Side Dollar Store shooting. Security guard 43-year-old Lois Wright was at the Family Dollar Store on Friday near Chicago and Long Avenue when prosecutors say O'Neill shot him several times.
He was simply at the store doing his job when his life was tragically taken from him.
Police say O'Neill was a former security guard at the Family Dollar Store and might have had a previous argument with Wright. A tip helped them identify O'Neill as the gunman and track him in Dalton on Saturday.
Officers observed O'Neill at that location, at which time an exchange of gunfire ensued.
Police say as they were trying to arrest him, he fired shots. No one was shot, but according to a police report, O'Neill bit an officer on the arm, hit another officer in the head, and spit at a third.
They did surveillance knowing that they were coming in contact with a very, very violent offender.
O'Neill faces charges of first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, as well as multiple counts of aggravated battery against a police officer and resisting or obstructing a police officer. In May of last year, he was charged with pointing a gun at someone and not having a concealed carry permit and resisting arrest. O'Neill also was wanted on a warrant for firing shots at employees at a Thornton's in Forest Park.
We're told O'Neill was not in court today because he's still in the hospital, but he's due back in court Friday. Reporting in the newsroom, Sade Gray, CBS 2 News.
Sade, thank you. Chicago police are looking for one of the gunmen behind a deadly shootout in the Park Manor neighborhood. It is Chicago's third mass shooting since Sunday. 59-year-old Simon Brown was shot and killed yesterday near 71st and State. Police say Simon was just an innocent bystander. 2 other people, including one of the suspected shooters, rushed to the hospital with critical to life-threatening injuries.
It wasn't a gunshot. It was fireworks that startled a Chicago police officer who then fired his weapon at a teenager. You can see the moment play out in this just-released body cam video.
Good.
This video was released by the Civilian Office of Police Accountability, or COPA, as part of their investigation into the January 25th shooting. Officers were responding to a report of gunfire in the Auburn-Gresham neighborhood. Officers spotted a juvenile nearby and heard a loud bang. One officer started shooting. No one was hurt. COPA investigators say no weapon was found on the boy and no criminal charges will be filed in the case.
Another delay on the Metro today as the agency works to fix an emergency brake system on its trains. The problem started yesterday when Metro had an outage in its positive train control system. It is designed to automatically stop a train if the conductor fails to obey a signal or speeds. The outage caused delays on 7 Metro lines lasting until early this morning. One train experienced issues today, but right now there are no reported issues.
Right now at 5, it's primary election day in Michigan, where President Joe Biden faces challenges within his own party. Primary voters have the option of voting uncommitted to oppose candidates on the ballot. Many progressives and Muslim Americans are leaning towards the option to send a message to Biden that they oppose his support for Israel. Israel and Hamas could be on the brink of a temporary ceasefire agreement. The deal would free about 130 Israeli hostages in exchange for a weeks-long pause in the war. President Biden says the deal could go into effect as early as Monday, just in time for the start of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan on March 10th.
Travel agency Expedia is laying off nearly 1,500 employees. The company is slashing almost 9% of its total workforce. Expedia is made up of several online travel sites, including Hotels.com and Travelocity. The company says the cuts are part of an organizational and technological transformation. You've heard of a surge pricing for an Uber. How about for fast food? Wendy's could be the next company to try it. The fast food chain CEO says Wendy's plans to test out new digital menu boards as soon as 2025. The AI boards could display dynamic pricing, changing the cost of items depending on the time of day, demand, even weather.
It wasn't exactly the best kept secret in Northwest suburban Rolling Meadows. Students literally shouted the news from their cars last week.
But today it became official. Former Chicago Bears star kicker Robbie Gould is the next head football coach at Rolling Meadows High School. CBS 2's Noel Brennan was there for the unique press conference inside the school.
I'm feeling excited, a little bit nervous, but it should be fun.
Of all the journalists in the room, John Lissy gets to ask the first questions.
The first 7 I'll ask him.
Students get priority because this press conference is at their school.
And now, please join me in welcoming Coach Robbie Gould, the head coach of Rolling Meadows High School football.
The newest Rolling Meadows Mustang is former Chicago Bears kicker Robbie Gould.
It's great to see some new faces out here.
After 18 seasons in the NFL, today is day one as a high school coach.
Today's the day. I cleared HR yesterday, so I'm just ready to get into football and be around you guys and have some fun.
Gould says Chicago is home, and he's fallen in love with high school football.
Listen, I'm a living testament that sports don't last forever, and at the end of the day, my first resume that I ever had to make was for the Rolling Meadows head coaching job.
Gould's career move prompts some good questions.
When you were in high school, did you see yourself being involved in the football scene? How important is it for kids to maintain good grades? Also, what would a typical day of practice look like?
Few NFL kickers are used to this kind of scrutiny.
There's definitely more engaging, you know? Who wants to talk to a kicker after the game, unless you kick a game winner or something?
But Robbie Gould has been there and won that.
These moments don't always come your way, but the impact that you can make on a community and the kids is second to none, and to me, I'm living a purpose-filled life.
Ask any student journalist. The new coach,
Yes, the Robbie Gould,
is worth the coverage.
Former NFL player as a coach, it's going to be really good for the Mustangs.
Noel Brennan, CBS 2 News.
Robbie Gould says he spent part of last season helping out the football team at Friend High School in Palatine. This is his first full-time coaching gig, and no shocker here, he'll also be the team's special teams coordinator.
Hail is going to be a huge issue for us this evening, and we're talking anywhere from 2 to 3 inch hail in diameter. That means not only egg size, but possibly baseball size hail as well. So we have a tornado watch until 10 o'clock for all hazards tonight, and then the bottom drops out. Tomorrow morning, when you get ready for work, it's going to feel like the single digits in many of the suburbs. I want to look at this live camera too. This is coming from the NIU campus for us from the meteorology department, just to show us the towering nature of these clouds, and that whole cold front is moving into our increasingly unstable air mass. It's so warm. Usually we see about 40 degrees for a high this time of year. We're holding at 70 at Midway. O'Hare is at 68 degrees, and Des Moines is falling. Cedar Rapids is falling. It's now 43 there, and we still have that milder ahead of it. So it's this collision of the two air masses that is generating this thunderstorm activity, and you can see it clearly right along the state line here as it all starts moving closer to the I-39 corridor. I think everything is going to be filling in here with severe thunderstorm warnings. Then, once the sun goes down, let's look ahead. Between 7 and 8 o'clock tonight, I want to watch south of I-80. Some of this could create tornadic activity into northwest Indiana, and that threat is real to see these storms amplify. That's a second part of this system. After that, then the cold air will be rushing in. So what we're going to see is this severe cell traveling east. So it's East Chicago getting in on that very heavy rain, and it's pulling from Calumet City into East Chicago, that rotation around Hammond. So when we check on the velocity signature for this, we're seeing that, well, it's not a great signature of a couplet, but it is showing some rotation between Calumet City and Hammond as we look into northwest Indiana. So right about here along the state line, moving from Illinois into northwest Indiana. So this is going to be heading into East Chicago at 35 miles per hour. So we're going to be looking at this tornado warning to be traveling closer to you at the lakefront. This could also affect areas closer to Gary. So our area that we're watching is right along the state line here, coming from Illinois into northwest Indiana. Also, we're getting reports of some hail that has been with this system as it moves eastward. So you can see now that we do have hail moving into northwest Indiana. So the most intense weather is moving in that direction. And I'll zoom out just a little bit so you can take a look how all of this from Whiting to Gary, that's where we have this tornado warning that's in effect. So it's for Lake County, Indiana. Quick spin up rotation, that's what we've been watching for. The emergency managers in northwest Indiana are kind of monitoring this storm because of that rotation that's right along the Illinois and Indiana border. So that rotation near Hammond is pushing very heavy rain to the lakefront here, right along 90. So from Whiting to Gary here, that's where we're seeing that intensity. Also, with the rotation, we are getting reports of hail as well. But as far as rotation goes, the rotation was indicated near Hammond. So right along the state line here, where we have that more intense wind. So high winds, it's not as well organized as earlier tornadic activity that we were tracking on radar, but we do see that line starting to wrap into Hammond, and it's pushing that severe weather to the lakefront. So it's almost viewing that the rotation is just north of the interstate there. Let's check for hail because that also tells us about the intensity of a storm, and we are seeing that very close to Hammond as it moves east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So the most intense hail is with the core of this storm as it pushes through Hammond, and it starts moving up to the north and east. And this is going to be moving to you in East Chicago very shortly here. Calumet City also having some very active weather. But as far as the warnings go, we do have that tornado warning now for Lake County in northwest Indiana. And that is for hail to perhaps be 1.25 inches in diameter. And this is radar indicated rotation. So it's quickly going to be pushing to the lakefront. And we see it now over East Chicago with the heaviest rain as it tracks northeastward. It is just the very edge. So you see that warning right here, and it's almost to the lakefront. But that quick spin up right over the Hammond area is pushing severe hail now into East Chicago. So that's our spot we're watching. That's the reason we still have this tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock tonight for this quick spin up rotation. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in Lake County in northwest Indiana. So we have this new tornado warning, and it is a quick spin up here, moved from Illinois to northwest Indiana. I'm thinking soon they're going to have to pull it for Illinois because the rotation clearly is moving very, very quickly now away from Hammond, but still between Whiting and Gary. That's where we have the most intense weather, and we could see those intense winds and also that rotation with this. So this is radar indicated rotation. There's that last radar update as the main rain from this pushes right along the shoreline there. But as far as the rotation goes, we're just seeing that right along the interstates here. So north of Hammond, that's been the spot where we've seen the best rotation. That's why they issued quickly a new tornado warning for Lake County, this time in Indiana, not Illinois. So we have this last batch of severe weather moving from the Illinois side to the northwest Indiana side. I really think for this warning, it's focused on Lake County and the shoreline areas. So if you're in Whiting to East Chicago to Gary, those are places where you would want to take cover because of this little spin up we've seen just to the north of Hammond. So if we take a closer look at that activity here, it's not super well organized, but it is showing that we do have those stronger winds now moving toward East Chicago and affecting those areas. Also some very heavy rain with it, but see how quickly, even though it's rotating, it's pushing the heavy rain now to the shoreline areas as it travels quickly over the lakefront. That's been the trend with this whole squall line as it travels eastward. So it's not looking as organized as it did a few minutes ago, but the most intense weather right along the shoreline areas. So we can zoom out here to show you the intensity of that. And we're thinking that quickly this is going to be over the lake, but again, these quick spin-ups are likely because of the intensity of this cold front. When the squall line pushed across the area, it really traveled fast, and now we're seeing this weather right along the shore fronts from Gary to East Chicago, and it was north of Hammond where we had that small rotation, but now it is pushing toward the lake. So we do have this tornado warning for Lake County, Indiana, and that's until, let's see, 9:30. Thank you, Ed. Yes, until 9:30 because this front is moving through. So we still have a tornado watch until 10, but you can see that last line of this. And the hooking of this whole low over the lake is going to create weather for southwest lower Michigan. But on the tail end of it, that's where we're watching here in Lake County in Indiana for that rotation. So it is traveling eastward. It is moving right along the shoreline of the lake. And that's been the trend with these, how they've traveled to the east all day and really brought a lot of lightning, a lot of hail with it as well. But now we're going to watch for our friends in northwest Indiana. You can see now the heaviest rain is pretty much offshore. However, we are still getting a lot of lightning and a lot of severe hail with this system too. So the lightning is focused right along the state line, through Whiting, through Gary, through East Chicago, and almost going to touch parts of Porter County.
Pulled it out of Illinois.
Aha, so it's out of Illinois. The tornado warning is gone from Illinois, and now it's in Indiana, still kind of hanging on to the edge here of the lakefront. And as far as hail goes, we can look for that too, because that tells us a lot of times about the intensity of a storm. And thankfully, I'm seeing that hail report kind of dissipated there from Harvey and from northwest Indiana. And the main rain with this is pushing away. So they are kind of trimming that down just a bit, even though we still have that last little rotation left just north of Hammond. Near East Chicago is the heaviest rain with this. The Weather Service now saying there is a little bit of rotation near East Chicago, although it is weakening a bit, and they are expecting this to be over the lake in the next 5 minutes, which would be good. So they've expired the tornado warning for the Illinois side, just keeping it going in northwest Indiana because of this last cell. And I've been trying to look at the velocity signatures on this to see if we can find that rotation. And you can see it a little bit. I mean, it's kind of far from the radar, but also it's not tight together, but we do kind of see that area of the stronger winds when we look at the different profiles of it. But it's intense rain right along the lakefront with the chance of a little bit of rotation here. And it's going to be pushing off to the east, northeast over the lake in the next few minutes. But otherwise, shoreline areas here of East Chicago are getting that little brief rotation right around here. So it's East Chicago to the lakefront, and I'm going to wait till this next sweep goes by to see if it makes any progress eastward to kind of move offshore and take that rotation with it, because very quickly you can get these spin-ups when you have these intense squall lines moving through like we've experienced all day long. So let's take a current look at where the warning is. This is for Lake County, just on the edge in northwest Indiana, for hail to possibly be 1.25 inches size and diameter, and also that damaging wind threat with that rotation as well. So here's a picture of the warning, and that's in effect until 9:30. So that rotation starting just above Hammond, now over East Chicago. The heavy rain, as you can see, the last update here, pushing across Lake Michigan. So hopefully all that weather will be over the lake instead of over land. But we still have the tornado warning, and this is a severe thunderstorm warning, this orange box. And all areas still have a tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock tonight because of the intensity of these storms driving along that cold front, taking us from a feel of summer today to winter tomorrow. Made it to 74 today, and when you get that contrast in temperatures, it can spark storms like this, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So from Whiting to Gary, especially through East Chicago, that's where we are having the most intense weather right now. So the tornado warning is canceled for the Chicago side, the Illinois side, but we're just still watching around the Gary airport. A little bit of quick rotation there to perhaps produce a brief tornado north of the airport. So that's what the Weather Service is watching now. And right along the shorelines, it's really hard to see it though, as far as when we look at our velocity signature, because so much of the rain is over the lake and it's just not a well-defined signature because it's moving so fast, and it was part of that squall line that moved through. So when we look closer at it, you can see the Gary airport north of Gary, right here from Whiting to Gary. Okay, there's the last radar update now. A lot of that pushing over the lake. I keep checking for the Doppler winds on this to see that brief rotation perhaps. It's just not a great picture of it. It's hard to depict, but I'm thinking it's right about here where we have that little bit of a spin up. So just north of Gary, almost at the, right at the shoreline here in this vicinity, is where we're getting that quick spin-up rotation. So that's why the National Weather Service went ahead and did this tornado warning for Lake County in northwest Indiana. That's in effect until 9:30 because of this intensity of this quick rotation that developed just over Hammond and moved over East Chicago and now just over Gary. So the Gary airport is, the staff is reporting seeing rotation 2 miles north of the field, but they indicated that it does not look like it's making contact with the ground. They're just seeing a rotating thunderstorm, maybe within the flashes of lightning, I would think, since it's dark outside. But a lot of that now is lifting over the lake, which is good news. And it's good news that they're not getting ground reports of a tornado, but they are seeing the rotation 2 miles north of the airfield there in Gary. And that is the reason for this tornado warning that is still up for northwest Indiana. So the Weather Service watching this area very carefully. It's just not showing up well on our velocity signature because I don't think it's a well-defined couplet. And it's just a little brief rotation north of Gary, north of the airport. So it's about 2 miles north of the airfield there at the Gary airport. So that's why we have this tornado warning in effect still until 9:30 for northwest Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning as well for the entire rim of the lake from Whiting all the way around the rim through Gary as well and East Chicago. But as you can see, the heavy weather now is over the lakefront, and as far as rotation goes, it's just not showing up that great north of Gary here. So as it moves northward, I think we're going to be seeing this push over the lake, which would be good news, but still, employees at the Gary airport are noticing that rotation, which is just 2 miles north of the field there at the airport. So that's what prompted this warning. But there's the latest update on the radar. We'll watch that sweep go by one more time because I'm thinking here it comes. Then that'll show us the position of this, that the heaviest rain is offshore. There could be still a little brief rotation there just north of the airport, keeping this tornado warning in effect until 9:30 for northwest Indiana. Also a severe thunderstorm warning in place for northwest Indiana as well. We have this whole cold front pushing through, and it has just sparked this squall line, and this is the tail end of that line. Now a lot of the weather over the lake, but that last bit of rotation very close to Gary, prompting this tornado warning. So the National Weather Service went ahead because of the employees at the Gary airport telling us that there's rotation there just north of the airfield. But when we look closer, it's just not a great vantage point showing up on velocity, probably because a lot of the weather is over the lake and it's pretty far from our radar. But we're looking just to the north here of Gary. Gary, and I'm waiting to see what the Weather Service is going to do with this, because the heaviest part of this cell is now over the lake, but that brief rotation kind of starting in Hammond and then pushing to East Chicago and then just kind of amplifying here north of the Gary Airport with the rain over the lake.
I have the rotation on my computer.
Oh, okay, so Ed has the rotation. If we could pull his computer, let's see that. Let me see Ed's computer on Weather 3. There we go. Perfect, because there is a little sign of rotation there between East Chicago and Gary, indicating where the employees at that Gary Airport have seen that rotation. That's about 2 miles north of the airfield, but this rotation, it's right when it moved over East Chicago. There we go. Ed is circling the airport for us, the runways. This rotation tracker, too, I think, is it a minute old? I don't think it's current. I think it's like a minute or two old. Yeah.
It's usually lags.
Lags, just a hair, right. And that would make sense, because if this rotation started over Hammond and then slid closer to East Chicago, and then where you have it circled there, right over the runways of the Gary Airport, the staff there was looking 2 miles north of the runways there, and they were seeing that it didn't appear to be on the ground, but they were clearly seeing that rotation. So that's what prompted this warning. And our rotation tracker indicated it as well. Ed has it zoomed in there from East Chicago to the Gary Airport, which is circled there with the runways. And that's showing us where we do have that brief shot at some rotation. And the Weather Service is considering what to do with this warning, because most of the rain with it now is over the lake. But when you have a rotation still taking place, you have to be mindful of the warnings that are in place, because this is all part of a powerful cold front that's going to be moving through our area. And as we go through the night, that's when we're going to see this changeover from almost a summer feel to definitely a winter feel. So this is our last tornado warning, and all of this weather is moving to southwest lower Michigan. That's why they have this yellow box indicating a severe thunderstorm watch. We still have a tornado watch up until 10 o'clock tonight, but I think after this last batch moves through, then we're going to start to see that colder air move in behind the system. So it's going to end up being very cold rain on the other side. And when we widen the view, even though we have the tornado watch, we're still on the mild side of this. It's the back side that has the snow developing over Waterloo and getting close to the Quad Cities. So temperatures are still on the mild side. 64 in Gary. That's kind of telling us it's still unstable enough to hold those storms together. Dew point also is 64 degrees. So the good news is the National Weather Service went ahead and dropped the tornado warning. Now we're just going to be timing out this front to watch it arrive and bring us some blustery conditions in the morning, because we have these warmer winds now ahead of the front, and behind it, it will be brutally cold. Also, right now, we have a wind advisory in effect, and that's in effect all night. Colder winds are rushing in. So our tornado warning has been allowed to expire. And join us at 10 o'clock for a full update on CBS 2 Chicago, and we will be tracking these chilly changes and the bitter cold wind chills that will meet us in the morning.
This has been a special weather alert from the CBS 2 First Alert Weather Team.
Charges in the murder of a security guard at a Family Dollar store. We're learning new details about the alleged gunman and how police tracked him down. CBS 2's Sharday Gray reports that police say the victim used to work with the accused killer.
Police say 36-year-old Roderick O'Neill is the suspect in the West Side Dollar Store shooting. Security guard 43-year-old Lois Wright was at the Family Dollar Store on Friday near Chicago and Long Avenue when prosecutors say O'Neill shot him several times.
He was simply at the store doing his job when his life was tragically taken from him.
Police say O'Neill was a former security guard at the Family Dollar Store and might have had a previous argument with Wright. A tip helped them identify O'Neill as the gunman and track him in Dalton on Saturday.
Officers observed O'Neill at that location, at which time an exchange of gunfire ensued.
Police say as they were trying to arrest him, he fired shots. No one was shot, but according to a police report, O'Neill bit an officer on the arm, hit another officer in the head, and spit at a third.
They did surveillance knowing that they were coming in contact with a very, very violent offender.
O'Neal faces charges of first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, as well as multiple counts of aggravated battery against a police officer and resisting or obstructing a police officer. In May of last year, he was charged with pointing a gun at someone and not having a concealed carry permit and resisting arrest. O'Neal also was wanted on a warrant for firing shots at employees at a Thornton's in Forest Park.
We're told O'Neal was not in court today because he's still in the hospital, but he's due back in court Friday. Reporting in the newsroom, Sharday Gray, CBS 2 News.
Sharday, thank you. Chicago police are looking for one of the gunmen behind a deadly shootout in the Park Manor neighborhood. It is Chicago's third mass shooting since Sunday. 59-year-old Simon Brown was shot and killed yesterday near 71st and State. Police say Simon was just an innocent bystander. 2 other people, including one of the suspected shooters, rushed to the hospital with critical to life-threatening injuries.
It wasn't a gunshot. It was fireworks that startled a Chicago police officer who then fired his weapon at a teenager. You can see the moment play out in this just-released body cam video.
Good.
This video was released by the Civilian Office of Police Accountability, or COPA, as part of their investigation into the January 25th shooting. Officers were responding to a report of gunfire in the Auburn-Gresham neighborhood. Officers spotted a juvenile nearby and heard a loud bang. One officer started shooting. No one was hurt. COPA investigators say no weapon was found on the boy and no criminal charges will be filed in the case.
Another delay on the Metro today as the agency works to fix an emergency brake system on its trains. The problem started yesterday when Metro had an outage in its positive train control system. It is designed to automatically stop a train if the conductor fails to obey a signal or speeds. The outage caused delays on 7 Metro lines lasting until early this morning. One train experienced issues today, but right now there are no reported issues.
Right now at 5, it's primary election day in Michigan, where President Joe Biden faces challenges within his own party. Primary voters have the option of voting uncommitted to oppose candidates on the ballot. Many progressives and Muslim Americans are leaning towards the option to send a message to Biden that they oppose his support for Israel. Israel and Hamas could be on the brink of a temporary ceasefire agreement. The deal would free about 130 Israeli hostages in exchange for a weeks-long pause in the war. President Biden says the deal could go into effect as early as Monday, just in time for the start of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan on March 10th.
Travel agency Expedia is laying off nearly 1,500 employees. The company is slashing almost 9% of its total workforce. Expedia is made up of several online travel sites, including Hotels.com and Travelocity. The company says the cuts are part of an organizational and technological transformation. You've heard of a surge pricing for Uber. How about for fast food? Wendy's could be the next company to try it. The fast food chain CEO says Wendy's plans to test out new digital menu boards as soon as 2025. The AI boards could display dynamic pricing, changing the cost of items depending on the time of day, demand, even weather.
It wasn't exactly the best kept secret in Northwest suburban Rolling Meadows. Students literally shouted the news from their cars last week.
But today it became official. Former Chicago Bears star kicker Robbie Gould is the next head football coach at Rolling Meadows High School. CBS 2's Noel Brennan was there for the unique press conference inside the school.
I'm feeling excited, a little bit nervous, but it should be fun.
Of all the journalists in the room, John Lissy gets to ask the first questions.
The first 7 I'll ask him.
Students get priority because this press conference is at their school.
And now, please join me in welcoming Coach Robbie Gould, the head coach of Rolling Meadows High School football.
The newest Rolling Meadows Mustang is former Chicago Bears kicker Robbie Gould.
It's great to see some new faces out here.
After 18 seasons in the NFL, today is day 1 as a high school coach.
Today's the day. I cleared HR yesterday, so I'm just ready to get into football and be around you guys and have some fun.
Gould says Chicago is home, and he's fallen in love with high school football.
Listen, I'm a living testament that sports don't last forever, and at the end of the day, my first resume that I ever had to make was for the Rolling Meadows head coaching job.
Gould's career move prompts some good questions.
When you were in high school, did you see yourself being involved in the football scene? How important is it for kids to maintain good grades? Also, what would a typical day of practice look like?
Few NFL kickers are used to this kind of scrutiny.
It was definitely more engaging, you know? Who wants to talk to a kicker after the game, unless you kick a game winner or something?
But Robbie Gold has been there and won that.
These moments don't always come your way, but the impact that you can make on a community and the kids is second to none, and to me, I'm living a purpose-filled life.
Ask any student journalist. The new coach
Yes, the Robbie Gold.
is worth the coverage.
Former NFL player as a coach, it's going to be really good for the Mustangs.
Noel Brennan, CBS 2 News.
Robbie Gold says he spent part of last season helping out the football team at Fremd High School in Palatine. This is his first full-time coaching gig, and no shocker here, he'll also be the team's special teams coordinator.
Hail is going to be a huge issue for us this evening, and we're talking anywhere from 2 to 3 inch hail in diameter. That means not only egg size, but possibly baseball size hail as well. So we have a tornado watch until 10 o'clock for all hazards tonight. And then the bottom drops out. Tomorrow morning, when you get ready for work, it's going to feel like the single digits in many of the suburbs. I want to look at this live camera, too. This is coming from the NIU campus for us, from the meteorology department, just to show us the towering nature of these clouds. And that whole cold front is moving into our increasingly unstable air mass. It's so warm. Usually we see about 40 degrees for a high this time of year. We're holding at 70 at Midway. O'Hare is at 68 degrees. And Des Moines is falling. Cedar Rapids is falling. It's now 43 there, and we still have that milder ahead of it. So it's this collision of the two air masses that is generating this thunderstorm activity, and you can see it clearly right along the state line here as it all starts moving closer to the I-39 corridor. I think everything is going to be filling in here with severe thunderstorm warnings. Then, once the sun goes down, let's look ahead. Between 7 and 8 o'clock tonight, I want to watch south of I-80. Some of this could create tornadic activity into northwest Indiana, and that threat is real to see these storms amplify. That's a second part of this system. After that, then the cold air will be rushing in. You may wake up to some snow showers in the morning, and definitely the chilly winds. Feeling like 0 in the morning in McHenry, 5 in the Fox River Valley all day long. Wind chill values in the teens. So from 74 today, we go to 29 tomorrow, but it'll never feel like that. It's one day of brutally cold wind and morning snow. Then we finally dry out and warm up. The weekend is looking super, but between now and I would say 10 o'clock, we have to be on the watch for these severe storms.
And we will be. Thank you, Mary Kay. Our school spotlight series takes us to the south suburbs today. They have impressive goals at Thornton Fractional North High School in Calumet City.
Marie Saavedra is live talking now with the girls soccer team. Marie?
Yes, I'm here. I think I've worked up my own sweat getting to TF North's gym, and there's a lot going on in here. I'm with the coach of girls soccer, Aaron Zambrano, head coach. Coach, thanks for being with me, and tell me what we're seeing here at the gym today.
Yeah, thank you. Today we're hosting our second day of tryouts. We have a good group of about 45 girls who are, trying to make the soccer team, who are trying to experience that, soccer in the high school setting.
Are you liking what you're seeing so far from these tryouts?
Yes, it's a good amount of girls. Like I said, we're trying to get them incorporated and trying to get them to not only experience it in high school, but love the sport itself.
Coach, before I go, I got to brag on you. South Suburban Conference Coach of the Year. What an honor. How did that feel?
It was great, but it's all on the girls. The girls trusting the system, the girls trusting in me and themselves, and it's just an honor, but it all comes from the girls and the girls' work.
Well, congratulations. Let's go talk to one of your players. I'm walking over here to Annalise. She is a senior. How are your tryouts going? You're going to make the team.
I hope so.
I'm not worried about you. How was last year?
Last year, it was really great season all over.
Are you looking forward to next season, and is there one thing that you think the team should focus on or is really working toward?
This year, I feel like we should just focus on getting to know each other because there's a lot of new players coming in because we've lost a lot of seniors.
Oh, got it. And that always makes for a better team, doesn't it, when everybody's close?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, Annalise, good luck next season. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
We're going to get out of here because I know tryouts can be high pressure, so we'll let them get to it. Jim and Erica, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Marie.
I'm Jory Paris. Ryan Poles has built a pretty solid roster in his first 2 years as Bears general manager. Year 3 at the NFL Combine comes with pressure to make one of his biggest decisions yet. Matt Zahn is in Indianapolis, where the Bears are meeting with quarterback prospects.
Ryan Poles wouldn't come out and say it, but it appears likely the Bears will be moving off Justin Fields and drafting a quarterback #1 overall, likely USC's Caleb Williams. Both Poles and Matt Eberflus are confident in their ability to evaluate the QB position.
I'm really fortunate to kind of see multiple phases and different types of processes put in place with bringing a quarterback in from a trade to drafting. So again, there's a process, so I can definitely tap into that experience.
I've been looking at quarterbacks all my life, and I know what a good quarterback looks like and what's hard on the defense, and a guy that has the ability to create. A guy that has the ability to throw with timing and accuracy, and the guy that can move the ball on the field when it's critical moments.
Poles, who was working with the Chiefs when they drafted Patrick Mahomes, does see some similar traits in Williams.
There's pieces that are similar. Obviously, the one that stands out to everyone is just different arm angles. That's a unique trait. Not a lot of guys can do that.
The Bears will meet in person with Williams and other prospects here in Indy. Matt Eberflus says those meetings will once again include the prospects either playing darts or mini golf. You'd have to think a quarterback would be pretty good at playing darts. Covering the NFL Combine in Indianapolis, Matt Zahn, CBS 2 News.
Matt, thank you. Game 5 of spring training for the Cubs taking on the Reds. After trailing 6-0, Cubs trying to rally late, 2 on, 2 out in the bottom of the 9th. That's Pete Crow Armstrong with a double on a fly ball to center. That ties the game at 6, but that's how this one would end in a 6-6 tie. The Cubs play the Brewers in their 6th spring training game tomorrow. Pedro Grifol and the Sox taking on Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers. After going 1 for 2 to start, Ohtani hits his first home run for the Dodgers in an exhibition game. The Superstars' final at bat of the day makes it a 1-run game in the 5th, but the Sox go on to lose this one 9-6. They are now 1-5 in Cactus League play. Of course, Ohtani signed that historic 10-year, $700 million contract with the Dodgers this offseason. So seeing things like that makes it feel a little bit better.
One of many, many more home runs, I'm sure, to come from
They're
him.
hoping.
Thank you, Jory.
Tonight at 10 o'clock, the new list of safest vehicles is out.
Dozens of cars made the list this year. At 10, why it was tougher to get the highest ratings this year, and the 2 main safety areas highlighted in tests. Do you know what a love bubble is?
Some Chicago school kids know all about it thanks to a visit from a local author.
He focused hard and waved his hands around and around, and his first line.
Elder Green III stopped by Robert Black Magnet School in Calumet Heights to read his new book, Love Bubbles. The book is about the love bubbles created by our community's friends and families. The award-winning poet and author is visiting a number of CPS schools in honor of Black History Month.
Well, this is certainly not the auditorium I had at my high school. Check out this incredible space. This auditorium is new as of this school year, and students are really taking advantage of it. We are here listening to some of the performance from the Drama Club, and this is a piece of theater that I just learned about. It is beautiful, and we're going to hear more about how this is part of a state competition, and the students you see here right now, they're trying to go for first place in state. That's when we come back from Thornton Fractional North High School. We are back in the auditorium with TF North's theater department, and I want to get into the piece of art that we are seeing behind us. I'm here with the theater director, Sade May. You have to be proud of these students.
Really proud. We've come a long way with this program.
That's wonderful. So tell me about this specific theater work.
Yeah, so this piece is called Group Interpretation. It's based off of Greek theater. So in Grecian theater, it was big on choral, on ensemble, on people talking together. And a lot of people didn't look at each other, and so they're not allowed to look at each other or have props or costumes or anything. So everything has to be of the imagination.
And you're competing with this. You're taking it to the state competition second last year?
Yes, second last year, third the year before. Okay. So this year we're going for first.
Well, I wish you luck. From what we've been able to see, it's stunning. So good luck. I want to talk to one of your ensemble members. This is John. He is a junior. I saw you sticking a. It looks like you might have a little bit bigger of a role. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
What is it about theater that drives you, that you love?
Well, what I love about theater is that's telling a story. Sade, she's able to give the world what they need about drama, really. Yeah. Like, it's really engrossing and tells a story about Black lives and everything about that.
Seems really powerful, and I can tell it also means a lot to you. Do you foresee carrying theater as part of you going forward?
Yes, I definitely do. I want to go to college for theater.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I'm going to keep your name handy so I can see where you go from here. I want to thank you, John, and this incredible ensemble. You can check them out at TF North for future theater protections. If you were a member of the speech or debate team in high school, this segment is for you. We are here with TF North's speech team and their coach, as well as the Dean of Students, Sean Posley. An impressive group here.
Yeah, I love them. They're phenomenal. They work really hard, and they do everything they're supposed to do.
I had a long list on my sheet of all the awards you all have recently won. Can you tell me about a few of them?
Yeah, well, last year we had 3 state champions, 2 national champions, 1 fifth-place finalist, and we're kind of on the roll again, just rebuilding right now.
Quickly, what makes this team successful?
No, they're phenomenal. It's just their thought to think past what their restrictions, their limitations, and they start to believe they don't have any.
Wonderful. Coach, thank you so much. I'm going to speak to one of your members. If I can interrupt you, if I could speak with you briefly. Thanks for being with us. I hear you're a rising star of this team.
I would like to think so.
Has speech always been something that you're into, presentation, communication?
Well, actually, I used to be really scared of talking in front of people. Like this right now, I would probably be in a corner crying somewhere. Wow. But getting into high school, since I'm only a sophomore, being here is amazing. Joining speech was the best thing I could ever do for myself, because now I feel comfortable talking with people and I could talk fluently, and it just makes me feel amazing. I could express myself.
You absolutely can. I'm impressed. I never would have known you were that quiet. And if you're looking at a broadcast job, please remember CBS 2, because we'd like to talk to you in the future.
Of course. I'll be there.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you. And that wraps up our time here at TF North, an incredible school with wonderful students and a staff that surely loves to see them succeed.
This is a good story. It's a Chicago story about you. You who gets up early to avoid this. You and them. And this guy too. But you watch CBS News Chicago in the mornings, so you got them to school without getting soaked. You found a dog walker for this guy. Made space for, well, you. And got to work with time to spare. You're a total boss. Mornings are better with CBS Chicago.
hail is going to be a huge issue for us this evening, and we're talking anywhere from 2 to 3 inch hail in diameter. That means not only egg size, but possibly baseball size hail as well. So we have a tornado watch until 10 o'clock for all hazards tonight, and then the bottom drops out. Tomorrow morning, when you get ready for work, it's going to feel like the single digits in many of the suburbs. I want to look at this live camera too. This is coming from the NIU campus for us from the meteorology department, just to show us the towering nature of these clouds, and that whole cold front is moving into our increasingly unstable air mass. It's so warm. Usually we see about 40 degrees for a high this time of year. We're holding at 70 at Midway. O'Hare is at 68 degrees, and Des Moines is falling. Cedar Rapids is falling. It's now 43 there, and we still have that milder ahead of it. So it's this collision of the two air masses that is generating this thunderstorm activity, and you can see it clearly right along the state line here as it all starts moving closer to the I-39 corridor. I think everything is going to be filling in here with severe thunderstorm warnings. Then, once the sun goes down, let's look ahead. Between 7 and 8 o'clock tonight, I want to watch south of I-80. Some of this could create tornadic activity into northwest Indiana, and that threat is real to see these storms amplify. That's a second part of this system. After that, then the cold air will be rushing in. You may wake up to some snow showers in the morning, and definitely the chilly winds. Feeling like 0 in the morning in McHenry, 5 in the Fox River Valley all day long. Wind chill values in the teens. So from 74 today, we go to 29 tomorrow, but it'll never feel like that. It's one day of brutally cold wind and morning snow. Then we finally dry out and warm up. The weekend is looking super, but between now and I would say 10 o'clock, we have to be on the watch for these severe storms.
And we will be. Thank you, Mary Kay. Our School Spotlight series takes us to the south suburbs today. They have impressive goals at Thornton Fractional North High School in Calumet City.
Marie Saavedra is live talking now with the girls soccer team. Marie?
Yes, I'm here. I think I've worked up my own sweat getting to TF North's gym, and there's a lot going on in here. I'm with the coach of girls soccer, Aaron Zambrano, head coach. Coach, thanks for being with me, and tell me what we're seeing here at the gym today.
Yeah, thank you. Today we're hosting our second day of tryouts. We have a good group of about 45 girls who are, trying to make the soccer team, who are trying to experience that, soccer in the high school setting.
Are you liking what you're seeing so far from these tryouts?
Yes, it's a good amount of girls. Like I said, we're trying to get them incorporated and trying to get them to not only experience it in high school, but love the sport itself.
Coach, before I go, I got to brag on you. South Suburban Conference Coach of the Year. What an honor. How did that feel?
It was great, but it's all on the girls. The girls trusting the system, the girls trusting in me and themselves, and it's just an honor, but it all comes from the girls and the girls' work.
Well, congratulations. Let's go talk to one of your players. I'm walking over here to Annalise. She is a senior. How are your tryouts going? You're going to make the team.
I hope so.
I'm not worried about you. How was last year?
Last year, it was really great season all over.
Are you looking forward to next season, and is there one thing that you think the team should focus on or is really working toward?
This year, I feel like we should just focus on getting to know each other, because there's a lot of new players coming in, because we've lost a lot of seniors.
Oh, got it. And that always makes for a better team, doesn't it, when everybody's close?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, Annalise, good luck next season. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
We're going to get out of here, because I know tryouts can be high pressure, so we'll let them get to it. Jim and Erica, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Marie.
I'm Jory Paris. Ryan Poles has built a pretty solid roster in his first 2 years as Bears general manager. Year 3 at the NFL Combine comes with pressure to make one of his biggest decisions yet. Matt Zahn is in Indianapolis, where the Bears are meeting with quarterback prospects.
Ryan Poles wouldn't come out and say it, but it appears likely the Bears will be moving off Justin Fields and drafting a quarterback #1 overall, likely USC's Caleb Williams. Both Poles and Matt Eberflus are confident in their ability to evaluate the QB position.
I'm really fortunate to kind of see multiple phases and different types of processes put in place with bringing a quarterback in from a trade to drafting. So again, there's a process, so I can definitely tap into that experience.
I've been looking at quarterbacks all my life, and I know what a good quarterback looks like and what's hard on the defense, and a guy that has the ability to create, a guy that has the ability to throw with timing and accuracy, and the guy that can move the ball down the field when it's critical moments.
Poles, who was working with the Chiefs when they drafted Patrick Mahomes, does see some similar traits in Williams.
There's pieces that are similar. Obviously, the one that stands out to everyone is just different arm angles. That's a unique trait. Not a lot of guys can do that.
The Bears will meet in person with Williams and other prospects here in Indy. Matt Eberflus says those meetings will once again include the prospects either playing darts or mini golf. You'd have to think a quarterback would be pretty good at playing darts. Covering the NFL Combine in Indianapolis, Matt Zahn, CBS 2 News.
Matt, thank you. Game 5 of spring training for the Cubs taking on the Reds. After trailing 6-0, Cubs trying to rally late, 2 on, 2 out in the bottom of the ninth. That's Pete Crow Armstrong with a double on a fly ball to center. That ties the game at 6, but that's how this one would end in a 6-6 tie. The Cubs play the Brewers in their 6th spring training game tomorrow. Pedro Grifol and the Sox taking on Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers. After going 1 for 2 to start, Ohtani hits his first home run for the Dodgers in an exhibition game. The Superstars' final at bat of the day makes it a 1-run game in the 5th, but the Sox go on to lose this one 9-6. They are now 1-5 in Cactus League play. Of course, Ohtani signed that historic 10-year, $700 million contract with the Dodgers this offseason. So seeing things like that makes it feel a little bit better.
One of many, many more home runs, I'm sure, to come.
They're hoping.
Thank you, Jory.
Tonight at 10 o'clock, the new list of safest vehicles is out.
Dozens of cars made the list this year. At 10, why it was tougher to get the highest ratings this year, and the 2 main safety areas highlighted in tests. Do you know what a love bubble is?
Some Chicago school kids know all about it thanks to a visit from a local author.
He focused hard and waved his hands around and around, and his first love.
Harold Green III stopped by Robert Black Magnet School in Calumet Heights to read his new book, Love Bubbles. The book is about the love bubbles created by our community's friends and families. The award-winning poet and author is visiting a number of CPS schools in honor of Black History Month.
Here's what you get with your average local news stream. Here's what you get with CBS News Chicago. More breaking live coverage.
A closer look at the inauguration of the new mayor.
More impactful interviews.
Today, we're finding solutions.
More First Alert weather team coverage.
Here's all the clouds we've been dealing with all morning long.
More live content when you want it, wherever you are. CBS News Chicago. More of what you're streaming for. Here's what you get with your average local news stream. Here's what you get with CBS News Chicago. More breaking live coverage.
A closer look at the inauguration of the new mayor.
More impactful interviews.
Today, we're finding solutions.
More First Alert weather team coverage.
Here's all the clouds we've been dealing with all morning long.
More live content when you want it, wherever you are. CBS News Chicago. More of what?
My neighbor's roof that was flying off, I could hear it coming into my yard.
Roofs ripped off buildings, trees toppled. We're getting a first look at damage from severe weather sweeping through.
Tornado sirens wailed in several counties, sending thousands of people to their basements for safety.
The other striking sound, large damaging hail, some the size of ping pong balls. We begin tonight with first alert weather. Strong storms and possible tornadoes slam the Chicago area.
And now we're bracing for winter weather. We have live team coverage for you. Our Jermont Terry is getting a closer look at the damage.
Charlie DeMar is at O'Hare, where the storms caused a ground stop and major delays. But we begin with meteorologist Mary Kay Kleist.
Finally, we don't have any warnings here on the Illinois side, but a tornado warning for Berrien County, southwest lower Michigan. All the severe weather is going there. We had several reports of tornadoes. I counted at least 10 of them from Gary all the way up through northwest Cook County, down close to Mendota. These are not confirmed tornadoes, but they are reports of tornadoes. National Weather Service will go evaluate the damage over the next couple of days and confirm the results with us. We are at 53 and falling. Check it out what's coming. 18 Des Moines, 16 Omaha, 1 in Fargo. We had 74 today, and now temperatures are falling fast. We're at 53 at O'Hare, 56 at Midway. Winds are not strong for the moment, but boy, will they ramp up overnight. A wind advisory through 6 a.m., but it's a northwest wind. That's a different wind flow. A cold wind gusting to 45 miles per hour, meaning the next round of precip comes in as snow. In the morning, snow, wind chills in the single digits. I'll time this out coming up.
All right. Mary Kay, thank you.
Some of the most severe damage reports coming out of Kane County, and that's where our Jermont Terry is live tonight. Jermont?
Joe and Erica, those winds were strong and those tornado warnings sent employees and students here at Bonzi Community College into shelter mode. Let me show you why. Take a look. This is a huge light pole. It's in this section of the parking lot, but it was originally sitting all the way over by those buildings over there. And when I say this was heavy, take a look. This stuff is heavy. Imagine this coming towards you if you're in this parking lot. If you take another walk with me, we want to go a little further down. These pieces were just flying. This is the top of that light pole. This is why those sirens went off. And if you think the winds were bad, consider this. I can tell you one thing, when those winds went off, there were no match for trees. Several were uprooted, and those withstanding the winds sent heavy tree branches crashing down onto vehicles. The person in a red Toyota found her entire car covered. Thankfully, she was not inside at the time. Now, that light pole came flying across the parking lot. It's into a car, shifting the vehicle. Now, the driver did not want to talk, but she was safe to say that she was shocked to see the force of the winds, how it moved her vehicle. But for those inside the community college, listen to how they went into shelter mode for over an hour, I should say, even losing power at one point.
I was just cleaning the hallway, and then the loud intercom came over at science, telling us to go hide in any safe places, like in the bathrooms or in a classroom with no windows.
Out of nowhere, this loud alarm goes off, and they're asking us to shelter in place. So then we go over to what was it, room 130, room with no windows, and then we all, like the whole science department, like the whole science building, just packed into that room.
I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty unnerving at first. Hearing like the rain hit the windows really hard, like nearby. And like the sirens and the sirens going off in the background. I was a little nervous, but I felt like I was pretty safe where I was.
Now, over in Illinois, those winds and warnings forced police to block roads too. Take a look at this huge branch which came crashing down on Ella Road just south of Palatine Road. We have no reports of damage from the situation, but it definitely caused problems and can definitely cause major problems for anyone driving on that dark road. Back live here at the community college, take a look at the force of the winds, how it snapped all of these trees. If we keep coming down, you can see just what Mary Kay and Ed were talking about all night, those winds, how they just snapped all these trees going up, very tornadic, and of course we know that there was a warning overall. We got a late update from the community college. They say thankfully no one was injured when this tornado came down, and those students and employees were hunkered down in the classrooms for over an hour, but they do have no power inside the buildings right now, and you can see why, because the trees and all these lines came down, and they also have some damages to some glass doors. But the good news, no one injured when this tornado came through. Now reporting live in Sugar Grove, I'm Jermont Terry, CBS 2 News.
No doubt, Jermont, thank you very much for the update.
Now we go to CBS 2's Charlie DeMar standing by live at O'Hare Airport, where flights were grounded earlier because of the storms. Charlie.
And Joe and Erica, a major headache for travelers as there was a ground stoppage, as you mentioned, both here at O'Hare and also at Midway. Again, not only here was there damage, but as you heard from Jermont, widespread across the area. But the good news, we have both seen and heard planes taking off and landing again here at O'Hare.
Attention, O'Hare Airport. This is a tornado warning. A tornado away from windows and seek shelter immediately.
Video from inside O'Hare Airport shows passengers sheltering away from windows as the tornado warning blared over the PA system. The neon tunnel in Terminal 1 was also used for safety. In Wilmette, tornado sirens blared ahead of the storm moving through the North Shore. A powerful mix of rain and hail pounded parts of Oak Forest.
I'm worried about my car, and maybe I might just have to file a claim.
And in Hoffman Estates, the strong winds no match for these trees. And again, some tense moments for those travelers who had to leave their gates and go away from those windows and shelter together. At last check, more than 30 flights here at O'Hare have been canceled, delays running about 20 minutes. So it appears that things are beginning to get back on track. We are live at O'Hare Airport tonight. I'm Charlie DeMar, CBS 2 News. Joe and Erica.
Quite a night, Charlie. Thank you very much. Live for us at O'Hare. As Mary Kay mentioned, the cold front is about to drop temperatures for us. We could get snow tomorrow after all this. Mary Kay's back in just a bit with the latest on that. And the First Alert weather team will stay on top of the changing weather for you. CBS News Chicago is always streaming. You'll find us on the news and opinion page of Pluto TV and through the CBS News app on Fire TV and Roku.
Breaking news out of Texas tonight. Emergency evacuations are underway after strong winds and dry grass are fueling huge wildfires in the Panhandle area. This one, the Smokehouse Creek fire, has already charred more than 300 square miles since it started yesterday. Authorities ordered residents nearby to pack up and leave. It's one of at least 4 large wildfires in the area.
Developing tonight, former President Trump picked up another victory in Michigan's primary election today. Trump defeated Republican rival Nikki Haley with 66% of the total vote. President Biden also spotted in the battleground state today. His campaign is scrambling to connect with voters after 15% of Democrats voted uncommitted. Many progressives and Muslim Americans are voting uncommitted to send a message to Biden that they oppose his support for Israel. New at 10 tonight, surveillance videos raising new questions about the crash that killed a Chicago mother and daughter in St. Louis.
They had just left a Drake concert when the driver blew through a red light. This is new surveillance video of the incident released as the driver appeared in court today. CBS 2's Madaba Gonzalez is live in the newsroom where there's outrage that the driver is out on bond. Madaba.
Yeah, Joe and Erica, there's outrage from the family and also from hundreds of people who have watched that graphic video online. And also because the suspect was initially released after posting $20,000 bail less than 24 hours after he was first charged earlier this month. Tuesday, he was back in court after the prosecution asked the judge to impose new restrictions.
New video shows the moment 42-year-old Leticia Bracero and her 21-year-old daughter, Alyssa Cordova, were fatally struck by a driver in St. Louis, Missouri. The Chicago duo had just left a Drake concert on Valentine's Day. In the clip, you can see them crossing the street. And on the right side of the screen, watch as this Jeep runs the red light at a high speed, T-boning a silver SUV and striking Leticia and Alyssa from that impact, or not showing the moment they were hit. According to court records, the driver, who police say is 22-year-old Monty Henderson, sped for blocks, going as fast as 70 miles per hour, double the speed limit on that street. The graphic video posted and shared widely on social media leaked as the suspect is free on bond, facing multiple charges including 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter.
I'm not thrilled that the tape was released. I'd like to get to the bottom of that. I don't understand why and how it got released into the general public this time.
Tuesday, a judge ordered Henderson be put on house arrest and surrender his driver's license. During that court hearing, prosecutors read victim impact statements. Alyssa's father saying, in part, this senseless act stole every dream and milestone unachieved. Our family deserves to see accountability for the future she never had.
Now, the suspect is due back in court next month. Meanwhile, a relative of the victims told us they're heartbroken and they're preparing for their funeral on Sunday. Live in the newsroom, Maribel Gonzalez, CBS 2 News.
You are looking at newly released body camera video showing Chicago police shooting at a teenager who they thought fired a gun at police. Turns out the loud bangs the officers heard, just fireworks. No one was hurt. The video was released by the Civilian Office of Police Accountability as part of its investigation into the January 25th shooting in Auburn Gresham. The agency says no weapon was found on the boy and no criminal charges will be filed in the case.
Testimony resumes tomorrow in the shooting death of Chicago police officer Ella French. Today, the jury heard opening statements and testimony from French's mother about the last time she spoke with her daughter. Prosecutors say Amante Morgan shot and killed Officer French during a 2021 traffic stop. Chicago police made an arrest in the shooting death of a security guard on the south side. 36-year-old Roderick O'Neill facing a number of charges, including first-degree murder and attempted murder. He's accused of shooting and killing 43-year-old Lois Wright at the Family Dollar store in South Austin. Police say O'Neill used to work at that dollar store.
Justice tonight in the 2002 murder of rap pioneer Jam Master Jay. A Brooklyn jury found 2 men guilty of the killing, including Jay's childhood friend and his godson. Jay was the DJ for the groundbreaking group Run DMC.
Next, on the CBS 2 News at 10, the new list of the safest vehicles. It's even tougher to get the highest rating this year. Then,
When I see no people, like with checks, I said, wow, okay, this is real.
But it's not real. An elaborate scam spreading on social media and what you need to know to avoid becoming a target.
plus, it's an asthma drug that could be a lifeline for millions of families dealing with food allergies.
We're back in 90. The Insurance Institute for Highway Safety is rolling out its list of the safest vehicles. Hyundai Motor Group, which owns Genesis and Kia, came out on top with 16 safety awards, followed by Toyota with 13 awards. Mazda earned 6. The Ford Explorer was the only U.S. manufactured model to make the grade. This year, the group focused on two main areas: the safety of backseat passengers and how well vehicles could detect and avoid pedestrians in the dark. Handing over gift cards to collect a bigger prize is never legit. People continue to fall for this trick, but why?
We are always investigating. CBS 2's Lauren Victory explores how a suburban man missed the warning signs and lost millions of dollars.
His mind was clouded by the prospect of a giant payout.
What were you going to do with $200,000?
Pay off my bill.
Many of us have had the same fantasy. Imagine what you'd do if nearly $250,000 popped on the horizon.
I was excited.
So excited, Mike, who wanted to wear a mask to hide his identity, missed all the red flags. His $200,000 offer came through Facebook. It was a federal grant from someone named Agent John Williams. He needed $800 up front to deliver the money. Mike was instructed to pay in gift cards. Then Agent John Williams kept asking for more. All these CVS receipts are from all the times Mike went back to this hillside store.
Sometimes in the same day.
3 times in the same day, 3 or 4 times, yeah.
Mike paid the agent more than $2,000. But the big payday never came. Mike blames a family member who sent pictures of her winnings and told him to calm down when he got suspicious. That's not all that tricked him.
I want to say very big thank you for giving me the opportunity to claim the federal government grant.
That video and other content from supposed grant recipients are all over Agent John Williams' Facebook page.
When I see no people, like with checks, I said, wow, okay, this is real.
With 20,000 likes, CBS 2 started to wonder how many other people are falling for Agent John Williams' scam. We found at least 575 Facebook accounts using the same name, Agent John Williams. And when we asked for records from the Federal Trade Commission, we learned consumers reported losing nearly $67 million to government imposters that were lurking specifically on Facebook. So how can you protect yourself?
I have a hit.
Here's one thing to try before you send money to any strangers online. Use Google image search to see if their photo pops up anywhere else.
Agent Tony Smith, Agent Mark Powell, Agent Matthew Hotland, Agent John Smith, Agent Mark Smith, all using the same photo.
Another red flag if the person is using a photo of someone famous. That's clearly not Agent John Williams.
So easy to figure out that these pictures are fake.
Facebook's parent company, Meta, says we prioritize enforcement against fake accounts that seek to cause harm. So why is its technology failing to catch multiple accounts using the same picture or 500 plus pages under the same name? Meta is now investigating that, a spokesperson told us.
This is the last payment, okay?
You told me that last time.
I hopped in as ghostwriter when Mike's scammer messaged him during our interview. I revealed I was a reporter.
Who are you?
When I reached out to Agent John Williams later.
Why are you doing this to people?
He kept telling me this is real and legitimate, even claiming to be a woman of God. What? Then he added,
Can you apply for the grant also and see what will happen?
We already know what happens.
We really need help on stopping this Agent John Williams. That's why I'm trying to put it out there.
We are too, which is why CBS 2 reported the fake federal agent to Meta. The page that scammed Mike is gone a few days later. Lauren Victory, CBS 2 News.
Meta continues to review the hundreds of other Agent John Williams pages. The company says it is working to improve its fake account detection technology. We put a link to report suspicious Facebook profiles on our website, cbschicago.com.
Mary Kay's back with us after a wild evening, and what a ride it's been this week.
Oh, from summer to winter. 74 today, and all those tornado warnings. Tomorrow, it'll feel like January. We're talking wind chill values in the single digits in the morning. It'll be a cold start too, but snow overnight should come to an end in the morning early, and then those winds will be chilly during the day, and temperatures are going to struggle. We are not going to see the 70s like we saw today. Cold front's coming through. Temperatures crash overnight, and before daybreak, that snow, that wind, it's all with us. The wind advisory in effect until 6 a.m. All day long, we're going to struggle. It's going to feel like the teens temperature-wise, but we do clear out. Little sun late day and then clearing skies for the evening rush. The wind advisory is for all of northeast Illinois now through 6 a.m. for gusts to 45. We had gusty winds all day today, but they were warm southerly winds. These are going to be northwesterly winds sustained at 20 to 30 with those higher wind gusts pulling in the colder air. So now we transition. We were on the active side. Michigan having tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. All the weather we had is headed to lower Michigan. Now we're bracing for the chilly changes. Snow on the back side of this system as temperatures will drop quickly tonight. Winds are picking up as well. I'm noticing the winds are coming from the northwest and they're gusting to 44 miles per hour in Rockford and McHenry. This is all going to transition closer to Chicago as it opens the door for that colder air mass to move in, and that's going to allow the temperatures to drop. Backside of the front, it's 20 in Cedar Rapids. We're hanging on with 53 for the moment, but it's going to change. This is what it's going to feel like tomorrow morning at 8. 1 below in McHenry, 7 in Joliet, 6 in Morris, and in the afternoon all day long feeling like the teens. So brutally cold changes coming our way. What about that snow? Well, I think at 1 in the morning, cold rain will transition to a burst of cold snow. Here's 2 a.m. Then as we go through the day, we dry out. We keep that northwesterly wind flow, and then we clear out late day. By Thursday, that's when we're going to start the warm up, because then we'll start turning the winds more southwesterly, and we find the 40s coming back to the forecast. So our 7-day shows a quick turnaround, but tomorrow's going to hurt because only 29, but it'll never feel like that. But check out the weekend. Kind of zoom in on that for a second. 65 Saturday, 70 on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's coming back. This is our roller coaster.
Right, and no weather alert days on those high temperatures.
Finally.
Nice.
A little break.
Well, it was an important night to cover this very serious weather, and I know a lot of you were upset that you missed FBI, and we do have a note for you for programming a little bit later on in the newscast, how you can see those shows that you missed tonight. Yeah. Thanks,
All
Mary
right,
Kay.
Jory, turning to sports, and even tonight it wasn't a sure thing for the Bulls.
No, absolutely. A lot of weather out there, but it was not raining threes for the Bulls in a dud against the worst team in the NBA. And everyone, of course, wants to know what Bears general manager Ryan Poles' plans are at the quarterback position this offseason. Matt Zahn has a report from the NFL Combine in Indianapolis coming up. I'm Jory Paris. Bears GM Ryan Poles has a lot on his plate at the NFL Combine. He said a deal with cornerback Jalen Johnson is in the process of getting done, but the biggest decision looms: what to do at quarterback. Matt Zahn is in Indianapolis, where the Bears are meeting with prospects.
Ryan Poles says, contrary to reports, he didn't arrive here at the Combine with a master plan of what he's doing at quarterback. But unlike last year, when he said he'd have to be blown away to draft a QB and move on from Justin Fields, he talked much more openly about the idea of a trade.
If we go down that road, I want to do right by Justin as well. No one wants to live in gray. I know that's uncomfortable. I wouldn't want to be in that situation either. So we'll gather the information. We'll move as quickly as possible.
Of course, drafting a quarterback #1 overall, even Caleb Williams, doesn't guarantee success, especially when you look at the history of QBs at the top of the draft. Poles feels the Bears have things in place other teams picking this high maybe haven't.
There's a lot there, right? It's like, what's the infrastructure look like? What's around the player? I think that's key. I think that's what makes our situation unique and why we have to really do a deep dive into it. I think the person is a huge part. I've talked about that a lot. What's the makeup, the leadership? How do they handle pressure? How do they handle pressure in a big city like ours?
I've been looking at quarterbacks all my life, and I know what a good quarterback looks like and what's hard on the defense.
The Bears really are the center of the Combine universe, holding the #1 overall pick and #9 pick as well, along with the potential trade chip of Justin Fields. Ryan Poles says his phone's already been blowing up. At the NFL Combine in Indianapolis, Matt Zahn, CBS 2 News.
Thank you, Matt. Bulls hosting a Pistons team with the worst record in the NBA. Now, fans still needed some of that popcorn early. DeMar DeRozan, the athletic spin move underneath. He finished with 25 points. The Bulls led by as many as 13, but shot a season-worst 2 for 29 from 3, while the Pistons made 14 of their 37 attempts. Cade Cunningham buries it. 2 of Detroit's 9 wins are against the Bulls this season. They fall 105-95. Loyola taking on St. Bonaventure, and the look on Drew Valentine's face says it all. Patrick Mwamba tries to keep the Ramblers close in the first half. It's a 4-point game at this point, but the Bonnies simply too much. Daryl Banks led the way with 26. Loyola's 8-game winning streak snapped 79-64. The White Sox taking on the $700 million man Shohei Ohtani in his Dodgers debut. Top of the 4th, Antioch High School alum Paul DeYoung blasts a 3-run shot to left. White Sox up 4-1. Then in the 5th, Ohtani with a 2-run homer. The Superstars' final at-bat of the day makes it a 1-run game, but the Sox fall 9-6 in Cactus League play. Also, Cubs rallied back to finish in a 6-6 tie with the Reds today.
Thanks, Jordan.
Yeah. Keep it right here for an all-new Colbert coming up. Guests, actor Josh Brolin, and a performance by Amanda Gorman and Jan Vogler.
What's up, y'all? It's Mr. Ernest Krim III, your favorite Black History teacher, and welcome to day 27 of 29 Black History facts you probably didn't learn in school. In 2004, President Bill Clinton had a successful heart surgery. In 2013, President George W. Bush also had a successful heart surgery. I wonder if they knew that their successful open heart surgeries were possible in part due to a black man named Dr. Daniel Hale Williams, who performed the first successful open heart surgery more than 100 years prior in 1893. Williams was born free in 1858 in Pennsylvania. As a child, Williams always had a desire to learn more. He would eventually become the apprentice to a former surgeon in Wisconsin, and soon after, he studied medicine at Chicago Medical College. In 1891, he would go on to found Providence Hospital, the first integrated hospital in America, and 2 years after that, he performed the first successful open heart surgery. Did you know this? Let me know online at Mr. Krim3 or at CBS Chicago.
A common asthma medication may help people who have multiple food allergies. In a study, repeated injections of Xolair reduced the severity of allergic reactions in adults and children. The FDA expanded its approval of the drug last week to include people with food allergies.
The price of your Frosty or burger could be different depending on when you hit the drive-thru. Starting in 2025, Wendy's plans to test surge pricing, similar to what rideshare services do during rush hour or bad weather. The fast food chain would use artificial intelligence to predict demand. Back with the final check of the weather next.
More breaking storm damage to show you tonight. This is the scene of an apartment building in Mundelein right now. There appears to be roof damage and a wall collapsed at this apartment building. No word on injuries, but you can see there is major damage.
Mary Kay's back with Wake Up Weather.
And when we wake up, we can get a better look at what really happened overnight when we have daylight. National Weather Service will go out to many sites and evaluate to confirm tornadoes or not. Meantime, it's going to feel like winter. Look at the winds out of the northwest, so gusty all day long. It's going to feel like the teens. That snow chance confined to the early morning hours. Boy, some areas in the morning could feel like single digits.
All right. Thank you, Mary Kay.
Here's that quick program note we promised. If you missed FBI because of our tornado coverage, set your DVR. It'll air in full at 12:37 a.m. FBI International and FBI Most Wanted will be available tomorrow on CBS.com and on Paramount Plus. That's it for now. Thanks for joining us.
Colbert starts right now.
my neighbor's roof that was flying off. I could hear it coming into my yard.
Roofs ripped off buildings, trees toppled. We're getting a first look at damage from severe weather sweeping through.
Tornado sirens wailed in several counties, sending thousands of people to their basements for safety.
The other striking sound, large damaging hail, some the size of ping pong balls. We begin tonight with first alert weather. Strong storms and possible tornadoes slam the Chicago area.
And now we're bracing for winter weather. We have live team coverage for you. Our Jermont Terry is getting a closer look at the damage.
Charlie DeMar is at O'Hare, where the storms caused a ground stop and major delays. But we begin with meteorologist Mary Kay Kleist.
Finally, we don't have any warnings here on the Illinois side, but a tornado warning for Berrien County, southwest lower Michigan. All the severe weather is going there. We had several reports of tornadoes. I counted at least 10 of them from Gary all the way up through northwest Cook County, down close to Mendota. These are not confirmed tornadoes, but they are reports of tornadoes. National Weather Service will go evaluate the damage over the next couple of days and confirm the results with us. We are at 53 and falling. Check it out what's coming. 18 Des Moines, 16 Omaha, 1 in Fargo. We had 74 today, and now temperatures are falling fast. We're at 53 at O'Hare, 56 at Midway. Winds are not strong for the moment, but boy, will they ramp up overnight. A wind advisory through 6 a.m., but it's a northwest wind. That's a different wind flow. A cold wind gusting to 45 miles per hour, meaning the next round of precip comes in as snow. In the morning, snow, wind chills in the single digits. I'll time this out coming up.
All right. Mary Kay, thank you.
Some of the most severe damage reports coming out of Kane County. That's where our Jermont Terry is live tonight. Jermont?
Joe and Erica, those winds were strong and those tornado warnings sent employees and students here with Bonzi Community College into shelter mode. Let me show you why. Take a look. This is a huge light pole. It's in this section of the parking lot, but it was originally sitting all the way over by those buildings over there. And when I say this was heavy, take a look. This stuff is heavy. Imagine this coming towards you if you're in this parking lot. If you take another walk with me, we want to go a little further down. These